No relates today, motherfucker. Because we have energy. We have purpose. We have drive. Or at least a few of those things. Howdy! Oh man. What a past 24 hours I've had. I didn't sleep super well, so if I come off a little bit tired or disjointed, I apologize. It's not intentional. It doesn't reflect the actual level of enthusiasm I feel. I'm just tired. Also, my cat wakes me up at 5 a.m. every day. That's when he has breakfast. We'll get him off that soon. We'll fix him soon. So, obviously, the first thing we have to say is, nicely done, guys. Really nice job. Last night, while playing Minecraft, we managed to raise a total of $18,985.49 in 5 hours of playing Minecraft. That's amazing. We do love that, people. This will, of course, be going to the BLM community bailout fundraisers, which are spread out across the country. The many fundraisers that pool money as necessary for mutual aid or for getting protesters out of jail quickly by posting bail. So thanks, guys. Now, I of course, I will contribute about $1,000 to make it around 20,000. Got to keep that nice, clean number. I'll post receipts for that soon. I've got to wait for my, because some of the money that I made was through super chats, and I don't get that money right away like I do with regular donations, because it has to go through Google AdSense, which means that, I would need to, I need to, I'm a few thousand, I got the money coming, guys. Don't worry, I got the money coming. So I'm gonna have to wait a second and wait for some bank transfers to come through, and then I'll donate the $20,000. Okay, don't you worry. All right, it's coming. Don't worry, guys. Where is the money? No, it's we'll do it. Seriously though, that is amazing. Thank you guys so much. That was really, really fun. Now, we didn't actually manage to kill the Ender Dragon. I'll do that tomorrow. But the spirit of the stream was, of course, about the money, not about the Ender Dragon. As we all know. This is one of the... This is one of the greatest, I guess, weaknesses of the left. And I mentioned this last night's stream, but one of the biggest weaknesses we have is that, unfortunately, if we want to raise money, we have to raise money. It's all grassroots. We have to raise it from people. Whereas when the right, when more establishment candidates, I guess, but also largely the right, because right-wing YouTubers are all fucking funded by, like, the Coe brother, you know. When they want to raise money, they just look up and open their hands up and open their mouth up to receive the pee of whatever billionaire they're going to be sucking up to that day. I mean, we don't have that, you know. We don't have that kind of we don't have that, I guess, leverage. So with that in mind, I am very proud of all of you for managing to raise damn near $20,000 without so much as drinking a single drop of pee. And I can't tell you how great I feel about this. One of the other reasons I had trouble sleeping last night was because I was crying myself to sleep because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did not show up to congratulate me on my Minecraft play at any point during the stream, which is unfortunate, but I'm over it now, and I'm over it now, and yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I thought AOC was a comrade. Apparently, AOC doesn't think Black Lives Matter. You guys heard it here first. I don't know. It's pretty cringe, but that's just how it is sometimes. It's just how it is. With that out of the way, today we will be talking to PaulsEgo, of course. Who here knows who PaulsEgo is? You can answer that while I blow my nose, because I really didn't sleep that well. I'm a little out of it, okay? PaulsEgo is a friend of TJ Kirk, a black-pilled, edgy, progressive. And is he worth now? I think PaulsEgo is pretty. I think PaulsEgo is pretty all right. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, everyone, pretend you don't know who he is. Yeah. Well, communities will intersect today because we'll be talking about the future of the United States of America. Also, does my camera look too pulled back right now? Does anyone? Can I get? Is anything wrong? Is there anything about the camera that looks wrong right now? I feel like my lighting is really low. Why? Go up. Is that better? Did that improve it? Oh, that's right. I zoomed out last night. Okay, wait, hold on. All right, bring the ISO down a little, and then we. There we go. There we go. Oh, that looks a little bit better right now. There we go. Your head is framed too centrally. Listen, I'll be fixing my setup soon. Pretty soon, Conyer of the Conyer CC Conyer Reconyer port over on Twitch, from which I will never be unbanned, will actually be moving in to our place. And when we do that, we're going to be swapping around a couple of rooms, and I'm going to get a new setup. I'm going to get a new desk. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to get a new desk. I really like this current desk. I'm going to get a desk. Maybe it's the one my elbows are currently resting on. I'm going to upgrade my computer. It's only a supercomputer right now, but it's not a NASA computer yet, okay? And yeah, we're gonna romp it up. We're gonna pump that shit, baby. We're gonna get yeah, it's super, but it's not super. We're going to fix that, okay? We're going to work on that. And I'm very excited. What the fuck, it's not even a year old? Okay, listen, the graphics card of this motherfucker is phenomenal. However, its CPU, honestly, mid-tier. Mid-tier CPU. I'm not replacing the graphics card. The graphics card stays. Graphics card, network card, and RAM are all fine. CPU could use an upgrade. What's the CPU? 2700. Ryzen 2700. We can get better. We can do better. We can get some 3. We can get a 3 at the beginning of that, okay? CPU giveaway? Nah, I'll be eating this one to take its strength. i9 time, baby? Oh yeah, the 3950. That's a really good CPU, you bitch. Hey, listen. Not when it's your fucking job to play computer games, okay? I want to play Warhammer Total War 2 on stream, and that's going to require some bomb-ass fucking CPU threading, okay? All right. I don't want to hear you bitches whining about it, okay? You are donating to me to fund my fucking next CPU, and you're going to like it. Oh, and we also need a bigger case. I want a bigger case, and I want a better cooling system, because this motherfucker gets hot. It's not enough. It's got liquid. We got the liquid coolant, and we got 3 fans, but we need more. We need more than 3 fans, boys. We need 8 fans. 8 of them. 20 fans. The whole case. The whole case just covered in fans. That's what we need. 100 fans. You're getting high maintenance, Fosh? Listen, I just like giving you guys quality streams, okay? Every goddamn fan. Okay. All right, we're chilling right now, okay? Oh, hold on. Because I've got plenty to talk about. I'm talking with Paul in 50 minutes now, I think. I've got plenty to talk about. But before we get there was something. Apparently a TikTok of mine got viral. And by of mine, I mean it's a TikTok of me. But I did not make it because I do not have a TikTok account. Where is it? Where was that link? It was actually pretty bomb, dude. They even like edited it. It was actually really cool. Then they didn't fucking credit me. I'm not mad. Which one was it? Here we go. Copyright is a spook either way. It's not copyright. I'm not going to fucking DMCA them. I just like the fucking subs that I get. Hold on. I'm happy about this. Look at this. The only good thing to come out of the AJW debate, TBH.
more white people are killed by cops than black people.
Yeah, because there are more white people than black people in the USA. Considering the fact that black people are arrested far more disproportionately than white people for the same amount of crimes, these two stats might actually be related. For weed smoking, for example, black people and white people consume weed at about the same rate, but black people get arrested like 4 times as much as it.
But why?
Because black neighborhoods are over-policed. Let's say you have 2 neighborhoods. I love that he did that. He asked me, but why? Like he thought I was going to be stumped by that. I was so happy when he did that. Rather than challenging my point, he thought like he'd ask me and I'd like stumble or something. But I'm ready for part 2. White and black, and the black one's a little bit poor. With that being the case, poorer neighborhoods tend to commit more crime, so the police chief says, okay, we're going to direct more resources towards the poor, the black neighborhood. Then, another 5 years roll around, another crime study is done on both neighborhoods. It turns out that in spite of the fact that police are overrepresented in the black community is now committing more crimes, not less crimes than before. The reason for that is because now police are there to catch more crimes. But what that means is more of them are locked up, and it means the community continues its cycle of impoverishment. The over-policing of communities is what contributes to their disproportionate crime committing.
More white people are...
So clean. God damn. I can't believe the total number of likes on this TikTok is like more than double the total number of YouTube subscribers I have. How the fuck does that work? If you like the fucking TikTok, you come over to the fucking channel, okay? There's no excuse. Get your asses over here. The fuck is wrong with you? Is that good in TikTok numbers? I think 200,000 likes is good on any platform. Read comments? They're fine. I looked at them. I'm always curious to see how like normies get along with my content, because I know like I can be here and I can be memeing like plus you're white and amazing, and you guys will be like but I'm always interested in seeing how the I guess people who don't post link. Oh yeah, sure. Now that's a fat link right there. Have fun. Get a TikTok? I already spend so much time working. I can pay my girlfriend more and she can manage it. Do not get a TikTok? I probably should get a TikTok. Give us the 24-hour stream. That might come when I hit 100,000 subs. Fuck, what else was I... Oh, we can teach you Hyena. Pay Kanye to do it. The more people I pay, the more people are going to harangue me for not making a worker co-op on my fucking YouTube channel. I think I need to play it cool, okay? We need to play it safe. We gotta be cautious. Is PaulsEgo streaming right now? I'm pretty sure he said he'd be streaming like an hour before we talk. I don't see. Maybe. On Deep Fat Fried he is? Oh, shit. Oh, hell yeah.
Bussies. Oh, good to know. Good to know. I'm sorry I excluded the bussies out there. I'm glad to...
All right. Popped in. We vibe checked. It's good. Vibe check passes. We're good. Fuck me. Hey, thank you. Hey guys, I'm giving you guys the content pick. How do I do a poll again? It's what's it? Is it exclamation point vote? How does it work? How does it work? How does it work? I'll never remember. It's okay. Hold on. Listen. Okay. No. Wait. Hyena, do I put a question mark at the end of the last one? So it's /vote, which one, question mark, blank or blank or blank. Then do I end it with a question mark, or do I just... You do. Okay. Listen up, guys. Well, we got some time before PaulsEgo? No question mark at the end? Okay. Well, we got some time before PaulsEgo. I'm giving you guys a choice, okay? There's 3 videos that I might want to go over. One of them is some why I left the left professor bitch telling me why worker co-ops are dumb. She does a video. It's actually got like 20, 30,000 views, directly calling me out. I should probably get to that. Second, AJW crying about the debate that I had with him. That's one. Third, trans rights were taken down a professor who ended up leaving academia following her criticism of trans people or whatever. That's 3. AJW trans right to worker co-ops. Go. 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 What switches are those in your keyboard? I have like a $10 keyboard from Amazon. I spent all this money on a nice computer, and this is a $3 mouse and a $10 keyboard. You guys suck at this, you know that? Run off, Paul. You guys are just going to enlighten centrist this shit, aren't you? Now, come on, give us a good one. Come on, give us a good one. Represent the will of the people. I fucking hate you people. I hate you people. I'm just doing AJW. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck you guys. You ruin everything. We need to make an invisible poll option so that you guys have to actually select what you care about and can't just select whatever it would take to get the fucking enlightened centrist answer, okay? The post-Vosh debate. Here, I've actually only seen a few segments of this. I'm really curious. So, the AJW debate was kind of a clusterfuck. I felt like we were talking past each other most of the time, but I'm going to be charitable and assume that's because we just have different perspectives on these issues and not because he's a raging fucking moron. But we'll see how this goes.
Hey, before we get started, I just want to say thank you to all the people who have been on Venmo. Appreciate it. And YouTuber and Debate Me Bro and former Twitcher because he was banned off of Twitch, Vosh. And I'm going to get into that. But first,
why is he so quiet?
Talk about why it is important to debate and why it is not important to debate. And we're going to start with why it's not important to debate. Now, obviously, nothing was learned during the course of this debate. Nothing was said that moved either person on any of their positions.
The point of debate isn't to change the opinion of the people you're debating. The point of debate is to change the opinion of the people listening. I don't give a fuck. When I'm talking with somebody, I'm turning the gain up because this motherfucker is so quiet and I don't know why. When I'm debating somebody, I don't give a fuck about changing their mind. No YouTuber, nobody in the politics sphere is ever going to change their mind live. That's never going to happen. But you can win over some people in the audience who are a little on the fence, you know?
Was not compelled by any of the arguments put forward by Vosh because for the most part, he wasn't making arguments. He showed up to this debate in an attempt to make himself appear to be smart. That's why throughout the course of this debate, he tried to work in a lot of big words that made him sound intelligent, even though a lot of the big words that he was trying to work in were in fact not words. That's why throughout the course of the debate, he was trying to talk really fast, even though...
Wait, they weren't words? Wait, what? They were big words, but they weren't words? What? They were The Vosh known debate tactic, he uses fake words and he says them really fast. Now those are some debate tactics right there. That's pretty good.
He was talking really fast. He wasn't actually saying anything. At no point during the debate...
Do you think he's going to give any specific examples of a portion where I talked really fast but said nothing, or do you think he's just generalizing?
Did he try to understand and counter the points that I was bringing up? He was just trying to get his points out there. And there were points during the debate where I would pause him. I would tell him exactly what he was saying because he was accusing me of not understanding what he was saying, and then try to move on to what I was saying, and he never once did the same for me. He never steel-manned a single position that I brought up. Every time we started talking about criminal justice or any topic in particular...
Just so you know, it's not my responsibility to steelman people's positions when their positions are dumb fuck stupid. I already said this on stream once because this is the one section of the video that I clicked to randomly. Remember when we were talking about Ahmaud Arbery and Georgia's citizen's arrest law? And I was like, in the state of Georgia, you are not permitted to engage in a citizen's arrest unless you directly see or have immediate knowledge of a crime being committed, and neither of those fit with Ahmaud Arbery because the only thing you could accuse him of doing is having walked onto a construction site using surveillance footage that nobody would have had access to until after the murder. And then he was like, well, yes, but there's also British common law. How am I supposed to steelman that? How do I, like, does he know what common law means? Does he think that common law is like a second extra law that goes on top of like law? Like, there's like this extra layer above it? I don't know. How do I straw man that?
Particular, he would always pivot to something else in order to avoid the topic. A perfect example of this was a dispute over the Georgia law in the earlier portion of the debate, the criminal justice portion of the debate, where I was telling him he was just factually misrepresenting what the Georgia law was.
Do you think he's going to explain what the factual misrepresentation is, or do you think he's just going to state this and then not actually elucidate the difference?
And instead of addressing my point, he decided to ask what my qualifications were, only to find out that I hold 2 degrees in criminal justice, which must have been incredibly embarrassing for someone who pretended to have a criminal justice background.
Like, it's not.
Sociology and criminal justice are highly intertwined, so I do have a criminal justice background. And second of all, if you have 2 degrees in criminal justice and your response to Georgia's state law says this is, well, also there's British common law, you should get a refund, my dude. Not all of us are making as much money from YouTube as I am. Maybe if this isn't working out for you, you could go back and recoup some of the fucking wasted time and effort that you spent in university, because that shit's pathetic. The reason why I asked is because I was actually astonished. Oh, Geronimo Rotor, thank you so much. The reason I asked that, and I understand that it comes off a little bit bitchy of me to say like, do you have any degrees in this or whatever? The reason why I asked that is because it is astonishing to me when somebody says something that incorrect with that much confidence. It's actually a really difficult thing to deal with on the fly when somebody just says something that is factually incorrect, but they say it with complete confidence. It's actually really difficult to deal with because most people have like a sense of shame that keeps them in check, but not AJW. So, you know, we had to work around that.
It's not something that is exclusionary.
It's not a protection, it's a limitation. It's saying that you don't have a legal right to commit
protection.
It says you don't have a legal right to commit a citizen's arrest. Okay, I can't argue. Do you have like a legal degree?
My background is in criminal justice.
I don't like to bring up
He missed the part where after that I said, oof, that's embarrassing. So just to clarify, when you say that the Georgia citizen's arrest law protects you and the Georgia citizen's arrest law limits you, these are functionally the same thing, because engaging in a citizen's arrest that is not protected by the law is an unlawful act. So you could argue the law limits you. This is a semantic difference. Functionally, and what is the difference between the law protecting certain behavior and other behavior that isn't protected being unlawful and that being a limitation?
Credentials because they're worth nothing in an online discussion that isn't really about anything and was never intended to be productive in the first place. But when you're trying to say that you are educated on criminal justice and you don't know the first thing about criminal justice, that American law and laws in other former British colonies gets its roots from English common law.
Nobody denied it get its roots from English common law, but that doesn't mean English common law is like this secondary extra law that you get to like, oh well, the Georgia statute may not have allowed me to do this, but in England in 1628, like what does this mean? Just because the roots of English are in like Latin, that doesn't mean that we like all speak Latin to each other, or that if I fuck up on saying something, or that my grammar is bad, I can just be like, oh well, there's also Latin, you know.
Then you're
Hammurabi's code also says it was justified. Sorry, the ancient edicts of the pharaohs actually suggested that in Georgia it is actually totally okay to engage in a citizen's arrest over someone for whom you have no proof committed a crime.
Clearly not educated in the subject that you're talking about, and your background in criminal justice didn't cover somehow the first thing about criminal justice in the
I mean, he's just wrong. I don't know. The arrest need to have actually witnessed the crime for which they would be arresting the other citizen. Okay. I've reviewed this pretty like thoroughly just to make sure there's no henpecking on it. Like if you're just going to outright deny like the existence of this law and the effect that it has on the case. I'm not denying the existence
of the law. I'm telling you what the purpose of the law was.
And again, it's one thing for you to claim expertise in a subject and literally not.
Hold up. Citizens' arrests have been part of the Georgia Penal Code for decades, although most people know it as a cosmic feature of the Andy Griffith Code. The idea dates back to English common law when private citizens would be authorized to detain a criminal suspect in the absence of law enforcement. Just because an idea dates back to English common law doesn't mean that some nebulous appeal to English common law means that you get to supersede existing law. This isn't like, he's really confident about this. He's like supremely confident. I'm sorry, like really, really, really quickly. Do we have anybody in chat right now with a legal background? Can we confirm that the fact that citizen's arrest as a concept dates back to English common law does not mean that the Georgia law doesn't have jurisdiction over the limitations with which people can perform citizen's arrest in Georgia? Yeah, where's Legal Eagle? Can we confirm on that? I need to have people in chat who I know for a fact are lawyers.
Know the first thing about that subject, but for you to then accuse me of denying the existence of a...
What? As a private citizen, you have no authority to arrest anyone for a warrant. Without a warrant, you may arrest anyone who commits a misdemeanor or felony in your presence or with your immediate knowledge, neither of which were done in the case of Ahmaud Arbery. A citizen's arrest occurs when a citizen prevents a suspect from leaving a scene, except there was no scene. Ahmaud was just jogging, and there was nothing about his proximity to a crime that was relevant. Citizen's arrest most often happens in cases like shoplifting, when the store's manager detains the suspected offender. However, as the following example shows, the manager or employee cannot make an arrest in every such case. This proves my point. When making a citizen's arrest, a person may not use more force than is reasonable to make the arrest. Deadly force is limited to self-defense or in instances in which such force is necessary to prevent certain felonies, except they approached him with firearms drawn. It must be stressed that the right of private citizens to make a citizen's arrest is limited. Oh, you mean like the law entails a limitation? This proves everything. I can't believe people can be wrong with this much confidence. It's actually insane to me.
A law that you are in fact misquoting, saying that the law requires you to see something in action and then describe the incident that apparently, according to you, nobody saw, when there's video of somebody seeing it and the law specifically says see a crime in action or have immediate knowledge of that crime.
Those surveillance records weren't. So you immediate knowledge isn't seeing a videotape of a black guy entering a building and then thinking it must be Ahmaud Arbery from a month ago and then arresting him for that.
Then we're delving into the completely absurd. But again, I'm jumping way too far ahead because I'm talking about...
It's actually... I think he just likes that black people are killed. My original estimation of this guy was completely accurate. I think he just likes jerking off to the idea of black people being killed.
Made the debate not worth it, which is the substance and the argument and the idea that this changed anybody's mind.
By the way, can I actually take a moment to say what a like disgusting level of cope this is? It's actually pathetic. Just so you guys know, when I have a debate, no matter how bad or good that debate goes, I don't go ahead to make a video on it afterwards where I lie and misrepresent the position of my opponent because I'm insecure about my behavior in the actual debate. I never do that. I step away from the computer, I go off, I take a big piss because I usually drink a lot of water during my streams, and I forget about it the next day. But this is like wild. They cannot wait. A quote from Georgia Legal Aid writes during arrest: "They cannot arrest people for violating local ordinances or regulations because these violations are not technically crimes as defined by state law." Do we know for a fact that entering the building was a violation of a local ordinance or regulation? I would need to look more into that. The point is that there are a lot of limitations when it comes to citizen's arrest, and you can't just like, oh, a while ago a gun was stolen from my car. I heard there's black guys around. Maybe a black guy went to a construction site once. Okay, let's roll up on this guy, guns drawn. You can't do that. You can't do that.
But I'm not talking about what did make it worth it, and I want to go over that before I go into the details of the debate. And don't worry, it's a short...
Legal Eagle did a video on it? Yeah,
This episode...
Yeah, I'm aware of the Legal Eagle video. You mean the one where he affirms that AJW was wrong and there was no legal reason whatsoever for them to engage in a citizen's arrest, and they mishandled the citizen's arrest even if it was something they had a legal right to do? Yeah, but that's okay. This dude has 2 degrees. AJW over here, he's got 2 degrees in criminal justice. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about, even though he keeps linking images of Georgia law that disagree with him and agree with me, and he's not specifically speaking any sentences out loud of them because he doesn't read them.
Short explanation, it won't take long. In fact, I can pretty much explain it in one sentence. This debate was incredibly financially successful for me, and I'm sure it was for Vosh, and that's the entire point of these debates. In fact, it's what I suspected the entire point of these debates were, and I now have confirmed it because the number of donations that came in during that stream, and you can go back and watch it and watch me read all or most of them because I had to cover one, which is a whole other thing for another day, were absurd. The idea that nothing being said for about 2.5 hours is worth the amount of money that you guys pledged to support this event is an absurdity on top.
I don't know what he's like gesturing at here. I'm not entirely sure what the point he's trying to get at here. This is my job, and I get about the same amount of money in donations, whether or not I do debates. Like, it's really weird. I don't know if this is going to turn into, haha, a leftist wants to make money type of thing, but I don't need the debates to make the money. My non-debate, just video coverage streams make as much, if not more. My video game streams make more money than my political streams. I don't do the debates for money. I do them for attention. Seriously, of course.
Top of the previous absurdity. Now, I previously described Vosh as someone who was selling communism on the internet on his YouTube channel, but in reality, he is fulfilling a very specific need from the former skeptic community all the way throughout the right-wing community, and that is the need for debates. If you remember in 2016, 2017, a lot of people who were right of center were demanding debates with left-wing figures, and those figures were refusing to engage in those debates. Remember, a lot of people wanted to have Jessica Ramsey on, Riley J. Dennis.
Holy shit. You all are getting some serious donos right after this is done. Thank you so much.
All of these figures who have fallen out of favor on the internets because either they don't make content anymore or people don't care about the content that they make anymore. Vosh is somebody whose entire channel exists to fill that role. That's what he does. He doesn't do other content. Not really. He has some...
Wait. What? What? Wait, like 80% of my content is video reviews, talks, and discussions. Yeah, debating is like a fraction of it. Let's see. Not debates. Here's a debate with Caleb Maupin at AJW. That's 2. Here's me debating Destiny and Count Dankula. That's 4. Nazbol, that's 5. Gary Epi, that's 6. So that's 6 of the past, that's about a quarter of the past 24 videos? I don't know. I mean, I like the debates, don't get me wrong, I enjoy them, but like my platform doesn't really hinge on them. In fact, I have some really funny debates that I've had during video game streams that I never actually published because I just didn't feel that productive, even though I slaughtered the person that I was talking to. To be fair, some of them were kids, so it's not too impressive. Don't break your hands jerking me off, okay?
Gaming stuff here and there, but in reality, all he does is challenge people to these debates, put on a big show, and rake it.
AJW is the one who challenged me to a debate. He, while I was doing his video, asked to come on stream, and then afterwards he was the one who insisted we do a follow-up debate.
In the super chat money. And I know this sounds like I'm insulting him, and to him it's probably an insult because the guy's a communist, but in reality it's a great business model. In fact, the reason I participated in the debate is because I thought it would be a financial windfall for me, and it definitely was. Look,
I think that's kind of... I think we can end it right there. The only reason why I participated is because it would be a windfall for me, and he was the one who pushed for the debate. So he's a grifter. It's a little weird. You know, I don't push for debates to make money off them. I just like debating. It's fun for me. I get off on it, you know? I don't know. Really weird stuff. I don't really know, guys.
I know the standard line on YouTube that you get from most content creators
Oh, man. Oh, you.
is that they're this holier-than-thou figure who never does anything based on a financial motivation, despite the fact that all of the changes in their channel specifically align with what is more financially viable. But we're all adults here, or you guys out in the audience I expect to be adults, or mature enough to understand things like Santa Claus isn't real. People do things for financial motivation. The Debate Me Bro format is a huge moneymaker.
This is such a weird, like, tangent to go off on. I don't This is my we're YouTubers. This is our job. This is our job. This is our job. I don't understand. Why do people get so worked up about this? It's our job. Yeah, of course we're going to try to maximize our income. Obviously. But one of the nice things about being a YouTube channel is that your income is generated pretty much willingly and willfully, enthusiastically, by your audience members. Whether they subscribe to you on YouTube, or they watch ads, or they join your channel with the membership, or they donate to you directly during streams, or you have a StreamYard, like anything. We generate our revenue pretty much entirely through the willful consent of our audience, which I think is pretty awesome, as long as we don't, you know, try to exploit them or like guilt people into donating or whatever. I don't know why people get off on this so much, especially when he's like admitting the only reason he wanted to debate me was to make money off of it. In fact, now that I think about it, me responding to him is probably only going to incentivize him once again to make another video in response, which will get more views than any of his other videos because I'm a hot topic on the right now. I have to be careful about that kind of stuff. There's a reason why this guy's been making so many videos about me. The Vosh debate, post-Vosh debate, Vosh doesn't get South Park, Hunter and Vosh respond. Yeah. He's pretty in on this. I don't know. I gotta be careful about who I give attention to in the future. Like, really careful. Because like I'm like a kind of like a hot commodity, I guess, like to debate or challenge on the right. It's really, really weird, actually, now that I think about it. Like, when I started the channel, I thought, okay, I love debating. I love challenging people. However, I probably don't want to give attention to people who might profit off of it if I think their views are deplorable. I don't want to platform harmful people. Now, me debating somebody like Sargon, I don't think that's platforming because he has 1 million subs and I have less than 100,000 subs. So obviously, if I debate somebody like Sargon, it's not like my audience is going to be like, oh my God, who's this hot 45-year-old British guy? He's got some great ideas, you know? Whereas the opposite might conceivably happen, except I'm not British and I'm not 45. But with somebody like AJW, who's about or a little bit less than my size, I feel like I gotta be careful with that. Yeesh. Gotta worry about that. Whew, man. Got 5K live viewers now? How wonderful. I'm going to read some donos, and then why don't we talk to PaulsEgo, huh? Here, did he accept my friend request? Hold on. You better have. You piece of shit. You little fucking... Where are you? I don't see him. He'll pop on eventually. Hold on. They upped the charge in the officer that killed Floyd to 2nd degree? Wait, you can do that? Oh, holy shit, Geronimo. Thank you so much. Most of his viewers are Vosh fans making fun of him. Wait, PaulsEgo? Nobody should make fun of PaulsEgo. We'll see how the conversation goes. That's fucking rad. We'll talk about the officers soon. We have to do the PaulsEgo thing first, but let me go over these. Horsme Methaldu, thank you so goddamn much for the tier 1 subs gifted. I really appreciate it. Flappy James, the $20. Vosh is cool as hell. Thanks for being a leftist Christ. Of course, comrade. I would never leave you. Not in a million years. Hey, Dad, went to protest. Here's a video of me being a medic. I have a green bandana and milk. Oh, shit, comrade. Are you doing it up? Why you gotta do me? We're muting it. Hey, there you are. Zoom. Zoom. What a fucking zoomer. That's a zoomer if I ever saw one, folks. Holy shit. Zoomin'? Don't you know milk is a white supremacist dog whistle? Check yourself before I wreck yourself. Ask Paul while TJ blocked everyone following Dusty on Twitter. Oh, I know the answer to that, Spencer Walker. Newberific, thank you. Do you think X skills me as a good faith actor? Probably not, but I don't really know for sure. Sandy Blue and Flappy James, thank you so much for the $10, comrade. Sandy Blue, very happy to have you. Thank you both very, very much. And Glod with the $20. Promise that if me or any of my friends get shot, we'll have it on video and post it everywhere. ACAB, do it up, comrade. Get that video out there. Honestly, the fact that we can record everything is one of our greatest weapons now. It makes us so fucking powerful. The ability to instantly record everything that's going on and instantly post it online with very minimal state supervision. Very, 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 very useful. Isopod, Cool Cry, and Klarspack with the tier 2 subs respectively. Thank you, Klarspack. Good luck with your rapping. Really happy to hear that, Cool's Cry. And fuck yeah, Isopod. I'm happy to hear that my content made you more comfortable identifying as a trans dude. Fuck non-trans people. Fuck all cis people. They know it's true. They know what we're talking about. Imagine fucking having your mom tell you what your gender is. Matt, like, nice gender, cis person. Your fucking mom give it to you? Yep. Thank you for the 10 additional bucks, Sandy Blue. I really appreciate it. Yes, Daddy 8 fans. I donate for the fan gods, 200 fans. Thank you, Bitterbrush. Very kind folks today. I love Paul so much that I loved for him in 2016. Duly noted, Red Fate 95. We'll see how that carries over. And Zero Divisor with a very kind 20 bucks. Found you through TJ Kirk interview. Great content, comrade. Looking forward to this discussion. Yeah, me too. I've heard that Paul's ego gets a little bit edgy, so we'll see how that goes, huh? Anthony, thanks to the $5. The 20K is pretty fantastic. And Snared Insomniac with a tier 3 sub. Came back for more laughs and facts. Also, White Name Be Gone. Thank you, comrade. Very, very, very much appreciated. You fuckers. Hold on. You people are being very generous to me today. I actually expected to get next to no donations today because all you fuckers burned yourselves out yesterday, so we'll see how that goes. Ask PaulsEgo to do his atheism is unstoppable imitation. Maybe you can even talk about AIU. Dude, AIU is fucking crazy. Have we banned him from YouTube chat yet? AIU is fucking crazy. He is so off his rocker. I don't know. I feel he's like the Babadook or whatever. If you like say his name, he gets summoned. We have to be careful. Brad V, thank you for the 10 Canadian, comrade. And ASDFGHJKLQWERTY, thank you for the $4. And thank you for that name, which I chose to pronounce all the way. Artistic Amory with the $25. Some green for your computer. Thank you for all your hard work. I came too close to the alt-right before discovering you. Now I'm back to the left. Back to stay, baby. Ain't never, ever, never gonna leave. Matt Volby with the $10. Thank you for the computer upgrade money. And I'm glad you were able to share that video, even though I think I was like in my underwear during that. Vid's taking down journalist silence. Google Drive archive download here. Okay, I'll take a look at that, Living in Lunacy. Thank you for the donation. Though I'll have to take a look at it later, because I have no idea what its contents are right now. Brandon V with the 50 Canadian. Thank you. Vosh's left Christ. One of those things is true. Thank you. Have I seen the new Philosophy Tube vid? No, I haven't. I'm actually like 3 videos behind in Philosophy Tube. And thank you all so much for sticking through the donations. You know, I'm just trying to get through as many as I can before PaulsEgo. There were a lot of very excitable and very generous folks that I love and cherish very much. Ocean and Boog with the tier 2 oh, sorry, Snare Insomniac and Boog with the tier 2 subs. Thank you very, very much, comrade. Look, I'm afraid I don't know much about the international Marxist tendency. Very sorry, comrade. Big words equal sneaky debate tactics. Very true, Honcho. Very, very true. Geronimo Roeder with the unbelievably generous $100 donation. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. And I know there's more generosity from you to come. I really, really appreciate that. We're going to have ourselves a real nice computer when we're done with this, okay? We're going to have ourselves just a top-tier computer, all right? Maybe, sure. Sure, Raby Jenkins, Bernie Sandinista, and 85D2D Derek with the $5. Thank you very, very much, comrade. My man AJW claims to have degrees in criminology, but he doesn't know what socioeconomic means. Oh, I forgot about that. Holy shit. I was like, dude, socioeconomic factors contribute to the higher crime rate. And he was like, that's not all socioeconomics. There's also culture. Yeah, socioeconomics. Oh, so everything is socioeconomics? Well, if it's social or economic, yes. It's a pretty broad term. True, G Quinn. Bird, I have not seen the new Legal video. Rivera Life with the $10. Use Steelman not to help your opponents, but to more conclusively annihilate them. You explain why Steelmanning is necessary in your statement about not. Well, yeah, the thing is, Steelmanning is important because you always want to be able to make the strongest possible counter-arguments, and you can't do that if your opponent is making the weakest arguments. So, for example, check text. God damn it. Oh, deep fat fried is where you'll find it, Hyena. Deep, fat, fried, no spaces. Steelmanning is really, really important because when you're arguing with somebody, you want to argue against the best version of their argument, you know? Like, imagine, for example, like, imagine it being on our end, okay? Imagine you're arguing with, like a fascist or something. And there's, no, a fascist is a bad example because there's a deliberate incoherence to what they're saying. Imagine you're arguing with a liberal, and a liberal is saying, like, well, privately owned firms are probably best because everyone's motivated to work hardest. Now, you could respond to that by saying, like, oh yeah, where's your evidence of that? Can you find a study? Nope. Haha, fucking dumbass. But what you probably should do is try to build up the argument for them so you can take down the whole structure. If you don't do that, you leave counter arguments open for other people to interpret from the audience. If, like, have you ever had this moment? Okay? Have you ever been in a position where you're watching two people debate? You're watching a person you like and a person you dislike, and the person you dislike gives an argument, and the person you like gives a really, really, really bad counter argument, and then they lose because their argument is bad. Don't you feel like, well, my idea didn't really lose out there. It wasn't my idea that lost. It was just the person representing it, because I could give better counter arguments. That counter-argument didn't represent the totality of my ability to argue my point. But what happens if our opponent steelmans your guy's side and then takes them down? They address every counter-argument you would have had. Well, now it's like, fuck, wait, hold on. I'm going to have to reevaluate my views. In reality, most people don't. They just keep on believing what they think is right. But it's important. It's an important debate tactic. That's a debate tactic right there. Steelmanning your opponents. That's the sneaky debate tactic that I like to use, okay? But AJW makes it really difficult when he doesn't make arguments. Thank you, Gimpy Weasel, for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Hasselboy with the $5. Vosh, have you ever fisted somebody? And if yes, have you ever asked how many fingers you were holding up during the fisting? Sorry for asking. No, I have never fisted somebody. I'm afraid I have just never found somebody that's stretchy. Also, I do have a pretty large hand. I guess it doesn't look that big next to me because I am a large person, but my feet are size 14 and my hands are about appropriately portioned for that relative size. So it's just not something that's managed to work just yet. Geronimo Roeder with the $50. Thank you, comrade. Haha, Vosh makes money with his job. What a loser. I'm going to be getting that for the entirety of my fucking career, dude. Even if I have like 400k subs or something, I'm going to be chilling there and I'm going to be debating someone. They're going to be like, you claim to be a leftist. I notice you just got a super chat. You really believed what you were preaching. Wouldn't you turn donations off? I'm gonna be getting that my entire fucking career, dude. Non-stop. It's never going to stop. Dude is so insecure he made himself a 50k subscriber play button, lel. Can I be honest, Darcy D, and to everyone else listening? I think it's a little cute. AJW's fake 50k subscriber play button or whatever. I think it's a little bit cute. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's a little cringy, but I think it's cute. It's something that I might do if it weren't for the fact that I'm going to be hitting 100k subs very soon. Oh, sniffly. Braden V with the 50 Canadian. Vosh is a modern day superhero? Shut the fuck up. Don't adulate. Listen, I already have an ego, okay? You don't need to help out. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate it. Helenella, my pleasure, comrade. Thank you. Donating government handouts to own the libs. True, the government is funding the Antifa super soldiers. Thank you, Syllabic Abjad. Britmouse, the tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. Enjoy the Dixie mode. And Geronimo Roder with the additional $50. I think AJW and Co. don't believe that YouTuber is an actual job or a real job. I think a lot of people think that. It's actually really frustrating because I feel like from a material sense, and I understand this is a very conceited position to take from my perspective, I feel like in a material sense, like, I actually, like, do a lot of good. Like, media is really important. People's beliefs are shaped massively by the content that they consume, you know? If I get really, really big, then I might be in a position to, like, substantially influence the minds of lots of people. And I think that's definitely work, you know? I guess I'm not, like, a middle manager at a car dealership or anything. I don't think that's, like, a bad job to have. I just think that, like, it's weird that one is considered work and one isn't, you know? The weirdest thing is that many of the people who impugn me for not having a real job are also people who, like, ostensibly champion entrepreneurship. But how does that work? I mean, if sole proprietorship is something you value, how can you possibly not consider what I do a job? Well, fuck yeah, Rivera Life. People need cars. I might get a car sometime. Probably not sometime soon. My car's fine. Sandy Blue, thanks for the additional $10. I really appreciate that, comrade. I did notice you. And a logical problem with the $10. Fostering my birthday basis. Fuck. Anytime, comrade. Anytime. Zod the Human and Neocon, thank you both for the tier 1 sub. I really, really appreciate it. No problem, Zod the Human. Happy to uncuck people's brains. It's actually my favorite thing to do. Bad Canary with $5. I was in a Discord voice call with Paul the other day. He hinted he'd be in here today, and I'm super hyped for this. Love you both. Be nice to my Paul, please. I will not be bad faith or anything. Don't you worry. Thank you, Mike Explosion. I'm happy you enjoy my content. I love you. Miguel with the $5. My conservative friend said police kill more white people and that black people kill more white people, thus making these riots unjustified. I don't know what to say. Yeah, okay, so this is super easy. First of all, criminality is disproportionate within black communities because black communities are disproportionately poor and have a lot of other socioeconomic stressors on their community. And since violence is typically committed intraracially rather than interracially, and there are fewer black people than white people, and black people commit more crimes, obviously it would be the case that more white people die to black people than black people die to white people. That is very much the case. Though it should be noted, of course, that very often the white people who die to black people are very, very poor white people who are born in the same communities that these black people have crime festering in. So obviously the intra-racial criminality versus interracial criminality isn't a factor that really is relevant here. Any statistician would tell you that's pretty much an inevitable outcome of the way our society is structured. But of course, also the police kill more white people. There are more white people in America. What? Yeah. What is that? Like, yeah. That's like saying like the Germans killed more non-Jews than Jews. Like that's probably true if you factor in World War II, but it's more of a this is more of a per capita argument to be made here. Yeah, and then you can make arguments that when black people are killed by white people, the white people are far less likely to be incarcerated or incarcerated for as long as black people who kill white people. So there's disproportionate sentencing even there. Yeah, so just there's a whole, like any statistician could understand this pretty immediately. Like it's a really complicated like smorgasbord of information. But there's a reason why sociologists aren't out there like saying like, oh, actually there's no problem with crime between the races. Like, no, of course not. Obviously there is. Thanks for the argument. Yeah, no problem. Cheesebell with the $10. Did you see Fox News go full Nazi the other night, calling to deport George Soros? Also, the FBI found Antifa is in no way linked to starting these riots. Ooh. Yeah, I saw that. I tweeted that. It's pretty funny. Antifa is like the perpetual fucking false flag, ghost. What do these people think Antifa is? Antifa is literally like a few community mutual aid groups across the country, and every once in a while people in a text chat like get together at a protest to collectively yell at people who want to create a white ethno state. They Antifa to them is like this fucking spec ops ghost cell of deep state terrorists that like reside in bunkers under the earth, like carefully manicuring themselves and like hand pressing their queer flags over a wall just lined with like automatic firearms. And then when the time comes, they rise up in their fucking mechanical exoskeletons to wage war against the white people or something. Like Antifa really is just like lot of like college students, and that's great. I love college students, you know, or at least I did back when I was a college student. Now they're actually kind of annoying in retrospect, but what are you gonna do, huh? Grey Ghost Volume 1, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Political Atheist, I'm afraid I have not seen Re-Education's recent video. I haven't had time to watch any fucking videos lately, except Binging with Babish and Bon Appetit Test Kitchen. That's what I've had time for. And I watched those 2 CGP Grey videos on piracy. That's pretty much what I've been limited to. We do stand Claire in this house. We do. We do. Maybe God is not good. David Bash, the $10, found you through TJ. Love your videos. Opinion on the Socialist Rifle Association? Nothing but positive thoughts. I'm very pro-gun. Best that they be in the hands of good people, right? All right, we're almost done here. Actually, it's just about time. Paul, have we got a response? Paul! We've got 6 more minutes. In 7 minutes, we invade the deep fat fried chat. That's what we're doing. Samantha Falk with a very kind $20. In honor of me getting back into school to finish my psych degree. Fuck yeah, comrade. Have a good time. Enjoy those college students. Unknown Chatter says, hey Vosh, it's my first stream and I'm liking it so far. You better not pronounce my name wrong. Keep up the good work. Can't pronounce it wrong if I don't pronounce it at all. My dude. Thank you. Don't worry, 6th. We'll be talking about the Doomer Cliff today. And Ghost of FDR, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. Sandy, you are being so kind with the $10. As a cam girl, this is the first time I finally feel the power of paying someone to turn me on. Yeah, listen, it's reciprocated, you know? That's how it works. And we're just bringing the power around. I actually considered doing sex work for a little while back in college. Now, I know, maybe perhaps I'm a little pudgy today, but I was pretty, you know, I wasn't ripped, but I was pretty lean back at the beginning of college. I've got a nice fat cock. You know, nice ball symmetry. I felt I could make it, you know, maybe a couple extra dollars. I didn't have much money back then, you know. Turns out selling your ass here politically actually makes you far more money than selling your literal ass ever could. I imagine. Unless you're like Sasha Grey or something. I don't know how rich Sasha Grey is. True Inquisitor Ariana, and Kurokawa with the $20. Thank you. Thanks for giving me more arguments to annoy my liberal friends at parties. My pleasure, comrade. That's what we're all here for. Annoying people. Annoying liberals. TJ and Paul really influenced me. Also, one of my favorite YouTubers decided to go political, so I'm sharing this. What is this? Hey, can we be real for a second? You know what's really fucked up? Sasha Grey retired before 1080p video recording was normalized in the porn industry. That's fucked up. Yeah. Real homies know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we gotta go back. She's shit tier anyway. I don't actually like 90% of what Sasha Grey does because I'm not into like dom or like abuse stuff or whatever. But there's some stuff she did. I mean, she was talented at deep throating. Like, you know, that's definitely a talent. That's the real talent that matters. That's the only talent that matters, honestly. No other porn skill matters.
What's going on, people? This is Shoke, and Nerds do this where I'm dogging the Latinos. I will briefly show my face just so you guys can put
There you are.
the voice with the face. Here I am. What's going on?
There you are. Not the most visually interesting video, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to peruse 44 minutes of this, but fuck yeah, comrade. It's really nice seeing people we have some sort of, you know, investment in. Hyena, you're just fine at sucking dick. You're very good at it. Not everyone is Sasha Grey, okay? Do you think this protest revolution will turn into a pew-pew revolution? Hopefully not, Bob Loblong, because we are not ready for it. Rivera Life help? I will help you. With good arguments, comrade. Don't worry, we're almost there. Back Canary with 5. I'm the admin for the DFF Facebook group and Discord, and we have a lot of crossover Vosh fans. Holy shit. Thank you so much. The people are being really insane today. I was really expecting there to be like, very little donations today because I expected everyone would have exhausted themselves, yesterday, but okay. All right. I mean, I won't complain. It's time. We can await no longer. Where is PaulsEgo? Go forth. Go to the YouTube stream. Go. Go to the deep fat fried stream. It's time. Say, accept Discord friend request. Yeah, what's up?
Someone in chat said he was trying to find your message. I don't know if he understands how you're doing this.
I sent a friend request.
Maybe he doesn't understand you need to accept it. Anyway, yeah.
Oh yeah, he is a boomer. All right. We'll make it work. Oh, I still have Yana Ludwig on my friend list thing. I gotta curtail my friend list a little bit here. Oh shit! Oh, there we go. Yeah, baby.
Yo, call has been started.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Hold on, let me.
Is this? You'll have to forgive me. I'm a bit of a boomer, so.
I've heard rumors, but I think we managed to make it out of this just fine. We're exactly on time.
Sick.
Here, let me
That
turn my
makes me
cam on.
happy.
Hopefully this doesn't freeze my camera. Fuck yeah.
Excellent. This works great.
How you
Everything's
doing?
Working great. I'm doing okay. How are you, man?
I'm doing pretty great. We had a really big fundraiser last night on stream that I'm still, I guess, basking in the glow of, you know?
I heard, I was listening at the very start of your stream. Congratulations to you and your community on that. That's exciting shit.
Yeah. Fuck my community. I'm the one who was playing Minecraft. I was the one putting in the hard work, okay? They didn't do shit except contribute tens of thousands of dollars.
I'm actually trying to engender as much goodwill with your community as I possibly can, because I have a feeling, and maybe I'm just wrong about this. I'm a naturally paranoid individual, so I have a feeling a lot of them are probably going to not like me much. But right now, they're not sure, you know? So
right, that ambiguity.
Yeah. So I'm trying to suck a little dick before we get started. So hey, Vosh's chat, how's it going? Hope everybody's doing great here at the end of the world.
Right now, they are posting emotes of frogs hugging hearts. So I think that's the positive, the initial positive distribution, inclination towards you. Here, hold on.
Wonderful.
My feet are too warm. Let me kick off them slippers. How's your day? How's CST time zone doing?
CST is, I mean, it's all right. But there's this like worrying tropical storm heading right for us. But
what state are you in?
Louisiana. I live in the New Orleans area. I'm on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, so I'm pretty near New Orleans.
Gotcha. Are there riots going on in your specific town, or I imagine
I've heard
New Orleans?
I've heard of civil unrest, but I have not heard of rioting or mass looting or anything like that. Most of that is concentrated on the other side of the lake in New Orleans proper, as far as I understand it. I may not be completely up to date on it.
Gotcha. We've had some pretty wacky stuff going on in Seattle, so yeah.
I heard, you know what? We were doing a little show yesterday, and I heard we watched a video of a little Asian CNN reporter getting hit with like a fucking flashbang or something. Yep. And I used to live in the Seattle area. I actually used to live in Bellevue for a little while when I was part of the Drunken Peasants. And nice. I've been up to Capitol Hill. I walked to a park up there and smoked a big fat joint on Capitol Hill. And it's utterly shocking to me that there's like rubber bullets and tear gas whizzing through the air on fucking Capitol Hill. That's some real shit.
Yeah, for me, I grew up. I was raised in Beverly Hills, and we have one like civic building. It's the town hall / police station / fire station / library. It's just this massive building right near the hills. And my folks walked by it and took some pictures and videos just the other day, and seeing like all these landmarks just completely tagged up to the nines. So it's actually really unfortunate because the library is beautiful, but it did make the mistake of being attached to the police department. So that's gonna happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Understood. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing me on a little earlier than we had initially agreed upon to allow me to jump in a little bit and talk with you about the riots and demonstrations going on.
Yeah, of course. How do you feel about them?
I'm simultaneously filled with a glee that I can barely fucking describe to you at the very thought that people are because, you know, it seems to me, and I don't like to get overblown with it, but it seems to me every day when I check on this, it's getting bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Like the momentum has not reached this crest where it's going to start falling off as it usually does. You know, I hear about it in a new state or in a smaller place. And that feels fucking amazing. Like my heart leaps with joy at the idea of people finally rising up and fucking up the infrastructure and the businesses. And I'm sorry, I don't want to get too deep into it already, but can I talk about this a private owned businesses meme?
You are free to say whatever you like, but if this is your lead in to trying to disappoint my community, you're doing a terrible job so far because they seem to like this.
Okay. Okay, good.
Oh, wait, actually, I'm sorry. There are some people in chat who are asking, and I've ignored them until this point, but it seems prescient. Can you introduce yourself to some of the people in my audience who might not fully know?
I'm sorry. How rude of me to just walk into your house and start bloviating without even introducing myself. My name is PaulsEgo. I work with TJ Kirk, who I understand appeared here a couple of weeks ago. You guys had a pretty cool talk. I've worked with him for a number of years now. First on the Drunken Peasants, which I also understand you very recently appeared on. I was a part of that podcast for quite some time, and now I do a little show called Deep Fat Fried here on YouTube with TJ and his brother Scotty. We delve into the political realm quite often. You know, and we call ourselves a podcast for the uneducated by the uneducated, because we have 3 different levels of educational failure on the show. We have Scotty, who completed high school, but really nothing else. We have TJ, who never bothered to complete high school, and me, who actually has a few college credits under his belt. So, you know, we've got a good mix of uneducated people.
And between the 3 of you, it's basically a doctorate.
Right. That's how I see it too. I'm glad we see eye to eye on that as well. I'm glad we're agreeing already.
With that out of the way,
that's my ham-fisted intro.
With that out of the way, please bloviate.
Okay, so there's this where to start with this fucking shit is, number one, I want to start by saying that I'm 40 years old. I lived through and remember very vividly the 1992 Rodney King riots in South Central Los Angeles. I was old enough to process and have very vivid memories of those. I'm also pretty well acquainted with the history of the 1966 Watts riots in LA in the same exact area. Mm-hmm. And there's a commonality between these that is interesting to me. And maybe it's simple and maybe a lot of people know this or just kind of take it for granted. But the 66 Watts riots started when a man who I regrettably cannot remember what his name is was dragged out of his car in a implicitly segregated area of Watts in South Central Los Angeles on a busy night where people were hustling and bustling and hanging out with each other. He was pulled over by a couple of racist white cops, and he was pulled out of his car, and he was beaten up and roughed up and thrown in the back of the police car, and his car was towed away. And it was one too many. Now, the people that lived in this area had seen this happen uncountable hundreds of times for generations, and it was one too many. And then Watts burned for a long time, and the National Guard was called, and live ammunition was fired at people, and they continued to pick up whatever they could, bricks, rubble, all the shit and that's laying around in Watts, because it's completely neglected, because it's the dark side of town, if you get my drift.
Old-timey bricks, of course. Proto bricks,
of course.
Maybe, yeah. The precursor to the modern brick.
And you can fact check me on this. If you go back and look, there are news reports from this time where they're interviewing some white dude from some other part of LA. And they're going, "Sir, what do you think about, these riots that are going on in Watts?" And he says, "Well, the thing I don't understand, sir, is why would they tear down their own communities? I mean, I understand having a grievance, and I certainly understand protest, and certainly things could be better for them. But what really gets my goat, sir, is why are they tearing down their own community?" You'll find it, guaranteed. Now, flash forward to the 1992 Rodney King riots. You will find the same piece of tape. I shit you not. the same white dude. They might have even found a relative of the original dude and just, hey,
They cloned him. They kept him in a vat and they reeled him out.
right. Here's a relative. We know he's going to say the right thing. And there he is. It's some white dude from somewhere else in LA going, I totally, I'm not a racist. And I listen to hip hop and you know what I mean? And I understand that like people are treated badly, but what I don't understand is like, why would you tear down your own homes and your own community? It seems counterproductive. And here we are now, and it's happened again. Exactly the same way. Everyone knows the Rodney King riot started because somebody was intrepid enough to film the cops beating the shit out of a black man for no reason other than their sadistic desire to do that to black people. And South Central LA erupted in riots. There were numerous riots in other cities. This is on a scale that is completely different from either of those riots.
No, this is pretty fucking magical, to be perfectly honest. It's wild to be living through history in so many different ways, between coronavirus, a global pandemic, and this. But I guess 30 years older and no more wise because we're still asking the same questions.
Right. I'm just like, but I'm also, filled with trepidation. And the trepidation in me comes from my natural bent towards pessimism. I feel like at some point, to quote from Hunter S. Thompson, the wave is going to break and roll back. And someday we're all going to be able to stand and remember like that time when shit could have jumped off. Things could have gotten changed. The stink of all of this nonsense that the capitalistic system makes people at its bottom rungs go through got so gross that just everybody rose up. I want that with every fucking fiber of my being. Believe me. Do I believe it's going to happen, especially now over this? I don't know.
Oh, we're getting closer, aren't we?
I want to, dude. I want to, but there's a little pessimistic part of me that I pay very close attention to because it's guided me well in the past.
That's
please. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll shut up.
No, I interrupted. Go ahead. Yeah.
That voice says, eventually people are going to get bored of this. The Karens are going to go back to Starbucks. The dads are going to go back to their jobs that they hate. The kids are going to go back to their fucking Fortnite. And this is just going to be one of those little footnotes in history that we all talk about anecdotally, like it could have happened. Something like that might happen again. I just don't want that.
Can
yeah, go ahead.
Please, can I red pill you on dialectic materialism by chance? That's what I've been told prior to talking about you, because I am familiar with your content to an extent. I've seen the Deep Fried podcast before, but
sure.
I have been informed that you are what we call in the political community a doomer, and I am very excited to talk about this with you. I think my perky youthful optimism will shine through this conversation, at least to the best of my ability.
I right at the beginning there, I kind of take umbrage with the doomer label. I see it a lot, and I understand why I'm kind of lumped in with that. But I think that I am insanely optimistic in terms of what it is that my ideology is aimed towards. The vision that I have for society, for a farther future human society, is so wildly optimistic that I feel like calling me a doomer kind of just relegates me in a lot of people's minds to a dude that's like, well, I give up. It all fucking sucks anyway, and it's all going to shit. And I might as well just, oh well, it's too late now.
But that makes sense, though. The greatest, not doomerism, what's a better term than pessimism, is always going to be exhibited by people who have the greatest hopes for society. There's a reason why all these wine moms and Karens aren't doomers or aren't even close to doomers, because when the incremental change you're looking for is as close as getting the next Obama in, there's always a chance of your goals being realized. It's genuine hope for the future that facilitates that kind of pessimism.
There is a quote that I'm probably going to butcher, but that I love, and I can't even attribute it properly because I can't remember the name of the person that said it. So maybe I don't love it as much as I say I do. But the quote is this, paraphrased: "The optimist believes that we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist fears that that's true." So I believe that in pessimism, there is an inherent optimism. There's an old meme, and there's a little truth to the meme that inside every pessimist is a disappointed optimist. And I will fully admit to that. My end game is wildly optimistic because I have so much motherfucking faith in humanity. I see so much potential in this species, and I have my entire fucking life. And if we can get out from under the yoke for long enough to have that creative renaissance, that explosion that would happen, if people weren't yoked to this stupid idea that you have to pay out the ass just to live and eat. This idea, see, I'm called lazy because I envision a world like that where people don't have to get up and slog and go to work. By the way, which I did for 20 years of my 40-year lifespan. I worked normal jobs, 40 to 60 hours a week on my feet, busting my ass, customer service bullshit. And I was lucky because I had enough money to get by. I could go get a loaf of bread. I got to carry my whiteness around with me. So I did, way less chance of getting hassled by the cops, even though I look like a dirty hippie. But you know what? I believe we can do better. And that's why I argue so passionately with people. And that's why I believe so deeply what I believe. It springs from an inherent belief that humanity is capable of doing crazy motherfucking shit, Vosh. Crazy shit. Shit that would blow your fucking mind. Like, imagine this, and then I'll shut up and let you talk for a second. Imagine for one moment, Vosh, a world where it's like, where do I want to live? I've always wanted to live right near a white sand beach. What's the process? I just go. I show up at the white sand beachy area, and there's this beautiful complex that I can choose any apartment in that I like. And it's mine. And if the one that I think is really primo is taken, I can put my name on a list. And when it's vacated, because that person decided they wanted to change a venue, guess who gets to live in it? And guess what it costs me? Nothing but the time to travel there. Imagine that world for a second, because that might seem fanciful, but that's possible. That is fucking possible. That's what I believe. That's where my passion springs forth from. And if I'm wrong for that, if I'm pessimistic for that, for looking at what we've got now and going, ugh, fuck, what are we living in? What are we dealing with? If that makes me a fucking doomer, then I'll accept the label.
It may well. I guess the label really comes down to the degree to which you believe action can move us from point A to point B. And I have to ask, are you a socialist? What political labels do you adhere to?
This is a tough question for me, and I'm sorry, and I'm really not trying to be obtuse or anything in having this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really ascribe myself to any. I used to call myself a democratic socialist way back when, before it was cool. Back in like 2008, 2009, I was on the record here on YouTube as a Dem socialist. So I've been down that road. I don't consider myself such anymore. I really don't consider myself anything at this point. Now, maybe there's a label for me and I'm willing to accept it, but I really try to think outside of that, not to sound all edgy and cool. I'm too fucking cool for labels, Vosh. Like, you want to take PaulsEgo and force him into this little mold of a label, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be that. I just don't really find myself agreeing with a lot of the different groups and splinters out on the left. I'm clearly a leftist. I'm clearly to the left of most people. Where I fit on that spectrum, I kind of leave it up to other people to decide that, because I don't care.
That's all right.
I'm on the side of humanity, and I'm on the side of the place that we live. I'm on the side of the planet we live on. What does that make me?
We can talk about specific policies, and after that, me and my community can draw straws to figure out what we think best applies to you. Because right now they're guessing post-left anarchist, but that
okay.
Yeah, that doesn't matter too much. You want the decommodification of housing. You want the decommodification of human necessities like food.
I want the elimination of capital. Period.
Then we go we want further than that. Yeah. Then we want to complete the abolition of the commodity form. So it's very safe to say that you are absolutely a socialist in one form or another. With that being said, with these protests? What are you worried about? We are, at this moment at least, closer than we ever have been in the history of this country to real revolutionary change with regards, at the very least, to the relationship between...
I'm still here. Sorry if my camera dropped. It'll be back up in just a second.
That's
I'm
okay.
listening.
In the meantime, it's just two me's on my screen, which I don't mind. I like looking at myself. I think that it's very important. Here, let me think. How do I phrase this exactly? One of the greatest concerns that I have had, I guess, in being a leftist online is translating the things I believe in to the painful, agonizing, incremental steps that it takes to work towards those positions. There are a lot of leftists online, I believe the Leninists call them derivatively the leftcoms, who are so obsessed with ideological purity that they don't really participate meaningfully in any of the systems by which you change the world. And I've tried to distance myself a little bit from that. It's very easy, I think, to sit here and go like, we need a revolution, you know, this and that. But the actual steps from A to B, I think, are the bloody part. And I think what's happening right now, these protests, are as close as we've gotten in a really long time. Because even though these aren't explicitly socialist protests, these are fundamentally challenges to state power, and the power vacuum left in their absence is something that we can capitulate on, or I'm sorry, that we can capitalize on, assuming that we can find some agreement with the other people who are protesting. I'm very excited to see how that comes along.
I agree. We have no disagreement there. I tried to explain the trepidation that I feel about these protests earlier. And it has nothing to do with pearl clutching the loss of a target or the destruction of a low-income housing. I'm not on that team. I'm fully on team fuck shit up. You know, I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but
it's a side.
Yeah. And I'm excited about the prospect of that. And you know what, dude? I hate to fucking say this because I know people have suffered for this, and I hope they don't take it the wrong way. I'm excited by COVID-19. Because I think that COVID-19 has added to this. I think that had COVID not happened and had we not been at the ass end of this quarantine, by the way, we should all be quarantined still.
Mm-hmm.
But had we not, in a lot of places that are having these riots, been at the ass end of quarantine, feeling that frustration of being abandoned by this government that we've all entered into this fucking sacred compact with that's supposed to take care of us. And they ask us, stay home, and they give us breadcrumbs and gruel to eat,
if even
if that.
Do
right?
you consider,
if you're lucky.
I know you don't like labels. I assume you're familiar with the term accelerationism.
I've been called an accelerationist, and I have kind of used that label to describe myself before. It's not something that I'm totally sold on, but I do think it is actually part of my ideology. So
yeah, can I talk about that for a second, if I may?
Please do.
Yeah.
Please do.
So accelerationism gets a bad rap in a lot of leftist communities because it's considered to be kind of the opposite of harm reduction. Like, you do blank, you do this, and you know, people suffer in the meantime, but hey, maybe it brings about better change. But I actually read some writings of Marx. I think it was transcripts from a speech he gave to a workers' union or workers' rally at some point somewhere in Germany. But whatever the case may be, the transcription, as I understood it, was effectively distinguishing between political and economic accelerationism. That political accelerationism, the process of voting for the more reactionary candidate or abstaining from voting, is usually not that effective because all it does is put people in power who are more capable of effectively resisting direct action. But with regards to economic accelerationism, like all the distrust that's been sown in the government by the COVID-19 crisis, or the riots, which are non-electoral in nature, but nonetheless heighten the antagonism between the state and the people, these things bring people to a position where they're more willing than ever to accept radical changes at the expense of the trust in the status quo. Nobody really trusts the status quo right now, or at least probably fewer people than ever before in American history. I would imagine.
Even the people that have been deluded into thinking they trust it don't trust it. You know what I mean?
Kyle Kalinske, just the other day, Kyle Kalinske, God bless him, finally tweeted out that he recognizes there is the distinction between Biden and Trump. And if that doesn't tell you how bad, how heightened things are getting at this moment, I don't know what does. If even he will acquiesce on that point.
That is pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So I I understand you and Kyle have kind of a pretty big rift in that you are a harm reduction. Now, if I mislabel you, please just stop me and correct me, okay?
No, go ahead.
Because I'm not. I am probably about as familiar with your content as you are mine. I'm no Vosh expert, but especially since we've been in talks to talk, I've spent some time watching and listening to what you do.
Fuck yeah, likewise.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I enjoy myself, by the way. I really liked the conversation that you had with TJ in particular, but I know I have a bias there. TJ's a good friend of mine.
It was also one of my favorite conversations I've ever had in this channel. It was just a really good conversation. So yeah, no, I agree.
It was fantastic. Fuck now. This is the stoner problem. I started sucking your dick and now I can't remember what I was talking about.
That was acceleration. Kyle Kalinske, the rift between him.
Kyle. Okay, so the difference, right? So he is a Bernie or buster. He's a guy that says, look, the establishment has fucked Bernie over twice now, and I'm not going to do it again. I'm not going to take the Hillary Clinton devil's bargain again, and that's basically what I'm being offered with Joe Biden. I'm going to vote down ticket, or I'm going to vote green. And you are a harm reductionist, riding with Biden kind of guy, right? You're like, look, Biden sucks, but he's better than Trump. We have a better chance of preserving things like Roe v. Wade and maybe starting to switch the balance on the Supreme Court. So let's swallow the fucking poison pill here and elect the doddering old, centrist Republican.
Yeah, it's a harm reduction thing. I also believe that voting for Biden, if he wins, will bring about a greater likelihood of reaching material conditions, which will allow for socialist reform.
Okay. Fair enough. So I think I'm starting to see the shape of any disagreement we may have on tactics here. I may be wrong, but I think that I can kind of give a theory.
Go for it.
And this is tough for me because I know people don't like it because I don't really like this position either. Not yet. I've held it for quite some time, but it's always bothered me a little bit. Maybe you can help me find out why.
Sure.
I think one of the reasons it bothers me is because it's a fundamentally neoconservative idea, and it was used, I believe, in 2001 to justify an expansion of presidential power and an expansion of military adventurism. It's this idea that in order for the populace to accept radical change, which when we're talking about 2001, the radical change that we were prepared to accept was a vast loss of a lot of our civil liberties and rights to privacy, right? Which disappeared during that time. So we're being prepped to accept, a new kind of change at this point. And I have a feeling that these riots and these things that we're talking about have a chance to make that positive change for the first time in a very fucking long time. I don't feel like Biden does. I feel like a vote for Biden, yes, it is a harm reductionist vote here in the United States. It is. Trans people will probably be better. In fact, there's no probably about it. I'll stop. Trans people will be better off under a Joe Biden administration than a continued Trump administration. LGBTQIA. I'm sorry, I don't know all the letters yet. I'm trying.
That was enough. It was a good number of letters.
Okay. All of the people that are under that banner, I myself am one of them. So I should know the letters, but they're going to be better off under Biden. There's no contention here, but there are a lot of people who are not going to be better off under Joe Biden. And we never do anything for those people. And I'm talking about people in the third world whose resources we strip mine out from underneath them, who work in our factories, who are increasingly asked to do the same kind of work that we do on these worker visa programs, and then shipped back to their completely bombed out, economically devastated places with barely enough money to get by on. Basically, third world slaves. There are people, and I'm sure the people in your audience know this. I'm not telling them anything that they don't know. There are people that live, I'm not talking about living near it. They live in garbage dumps in Ghana. And their life is they wake up in the morning and they get out of their hut, which they've built from scrap from the garbage dump they live in. And they walk around the hills and they dig through garbage and find salvage, and they sell it for just enough money to put bread in their mouths. This is a direct result of American and more broadly Western capitalism. And if it's not addressed, and it won't be addressed by Joe Biden because he's going to be sucking the dick of every corporate cunt that walks through his door, and you know that to be true, he's going to blow them all. Those people get no relief from Joe Biden. And those people matter to me. And those people can't wait. And the earth, I don't mean to gish gallop you here. I'm not trying to do that. But the earth itself, I feel like we're on a clock, my dude. The earth itself can't wait through another Joe Biden capitulating, fucking centrist ass, weak ass, limp wristed DNC liberal fucking doing nothing. The woods are on fire. The oceans are becoming acidic.
And eventually we'll also be on fire.
We're living in the midst of a fourth mass extinction event. This is not even a controversy amongst biologists right now. There's no time. We need to act now, and Joe Biden ain't it. And I want to be on the side of life. I want to be on the side of human beings that didn't just luck out and get born in California like you and I did. Or I don't know. I heard you were a California guy. Are you a California guy?
I'm up in Seattle now, but yeah, I spent most of my life in California.
Okay, West Coast guy.
Yeah. Nice
Lucky
over here.
dude.
Seattle gets
Both of
real
us-
hot in the summers now, and none of these houses have AC though, so
See,
I'm suffering.
I'm from Fresno, California, where it's 120 degrees in the summer. So I know the heat. And let me tell you something. When I was a kid in the 80s, it was 92 in the summer. We don't got time. We don't have time for another weak ass fucking liberal. And for me to sign my name under his name is not only an implicit fucking support of the nothing that he's going to do on all of those subjects, but also an implicit support of the system that allows us to go generation to generation with no change on these fronts. That's why I can't do it.
I think I have enough points written down. Do you mind if we go through these?
Please, let's.
Okay. So, here, hold on. Let me get a notes app here. Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second to make sure these are organized properly.
No worries. Take all the time you need. No rush here.
Okay. So, all right, I'm going to, I guess, treat this as I would, I guess not a debate, but I'm interested in these points, and I want to go through them one by one so we can sort of isolate the particular positions we disagree on. So,
Okay.
If we're speaking specifically with regards to domestic policy, you and I are both in agreement that Biden is a harm reduction vote.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems fairly, it's a fairly, anyone who denies that point, I think Kyle Kalinske did for a time.
If you're limiting it to domestic policy, then yes. If you're
Right.
limiting it to the United States, totally. And, some of our close allies, then yes. He's a harm
Right, sure,
reduction.
yeah, our engagement, with I guess the
Right.
developed world. There are some
Same
people
page.
who contend this, like for example, Kyle Kalinske, I know does this whole like Biden and Trump are the same thing. And while I acknowledge, of course, the fact that the Overton window limits discourse in our electoral system to a very thin neoliberal line, though Trump perhaps represents a departure from that line, though not in a good way. There are definitely a difference between the two. My question for you is, just if we're doing utilitarian calculus on this, which I always do, with regards to the third world, though I cannot make the argument necessarily that Biden would be better for the developing world than Trump, I don't know, can you make an argument that he is worse for the developing world, or only that it means no change to the status quo?
I would be way more comfortable. I don't think I would make an argument that Biden would somehow be worse for the developing world.
Okay, I think I would agree with that.
I do think I would feel very comfortable making the argument that Biden will likely result in a no change status quo. I mean, he of course was vice president during the Obama administration when drone strikes went through the roof. I think brown people that don't live in America, especially those that live in the Middle Eastern region on this planet, and maybe some of them that live in the South American region of this planet, ought to be really scared that Joe Biden is about to be their president, because we know he loves some drone strikes, indirect military intervention. He's got a big fucking boner for it. No matter what he says publicly, we watched him preside over it silently as fucking Barack Obama's VP. We watched him support it.
So my main contention here would be, and this is all speculative, but it seems like everything bad the Obama administration has done has been ramped up under Trump. From what's going on in Yemen to the ramping up of drone strikes to, with regards to foreign policy, his incendiary aggression against the state of Iran, his support for an assassination attempt on Maduro, and his taking the side of the fascists in Bolivia, him pulling out of the Rojava region. It seems to me, and it's difficult to say, of course, because we're kind of making like a predictive statement here. No politician like platforms themselves on, oh, I'll declare war on this or what have you. I have a feeling, I'm not of the opinion that Biden is more inclined towards foreign aggression than Trump is. I will acknowledge they're identical when it comes to the propagation of foreign capital. That's not,
Okay.
yeah. That I can't possibly make an argument Biden will be better.
I'm glad, because if we had to argue that, this would be a disheartening conversation indeed. So I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Yeah, but you have that plus like Trump leaving the WHO. It seems like there are a lot of foreign points that Trump is actively worse on than what I would expect from a Biden presidency. One of the main reasons why Obama was able to get away with the stuff that he did was because there wasn't really a progressive wing of the Democratic Party at the time that was leaning public pressure against him. Whereas that's not the case now with the Justice Dems. My hope would be that even if Biden is the same dipshit that he was back then, which I can only assume is the case, that the existence of a more radical left wing within the Democratic Party would be able to leverage public opinion against any drone strikes or foreign intervention they engage in, which I think will happen because AOC, Ilhan, these are very popular politicians with a lot of social media outreach. They have a lot of sway within the Democratic Party, and Biden has made concessions to them and appointed them respectively to climate change related and like foreign policy related councils, giving them a lot of sway in what America does. I have a feeling they'll be able to rein him in, at least keep him from being as bad as Trump. I would argue probably a fair bit better.
And this is going to kind of dip into conspiracy theory territory. So forgive me one moment for a little departure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that Joe Biden is all there anymore. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to make a diagnosis of Joe Biden. But if somebody were to do a thorough examination of Joe Biden and determine that he was suffering from early onset frontotemporal dementia, I would not be shocked by that. He has lost over the years his ability to speak extemporaneously to a large extent. He struggles. He's prone to outbursts in public, all of which, were he diagnosed with some kind of degenerative old age related brain disease, would be indicative of that. He has these outbursts. He says weird things. He gets really angry at people for seemingly no reason, like that fat guy that he just started calling fat. You remember? He was like, listen, fat.
I related to him. It was that outburst felt like a YouTube moment right there. Heated politician.
It was
moment.
great. I can do more push-ups than you. That's it. And every time that happens to Joe, I have this picture of old men that I've known sitting in rocking chairs on the front porch at, little tense conversations with these guys who aren't quite there anymore, but they're still passionate. And I'm not trying to be ageist here and shit. I'm just saying, I think we're already dealing with that in Trump. I think Trump too is cognitively impaired.
Yeah, Trump is pretty far gone. Anytime he tries to hold himself in public, like that. Did you see the video of him trying to hold up the Bible? Holy shit! He couldn't figure, like in 3D space, he couldn't figure out its relationship to the camera positionally. It was really weird.
Insane.
Yeah,
it was fucking insane. And there are tons of those moments. I actually follow this little conspiracy dude on Twitter that kind of reposts dementia stuff for Trump. Like, here's proof that he's got dementia. Here's another thing. And I'm, once again, I'm no doctor. I ain't saying he has it, but man, dude, he does some weird fucking shit when he's in public.
But of what relevance is that to the points with regards to foreign policy?
I'm sorry. It was. You're right. The point I was trying to make is we don't even know if the Biden that is elected at this point is going to be the Biden that we get. And in a year's time, if he is suffering from some sort of degenerative brain disease, which is totally plausible, he may be way more impulsive. He may be just like Trump. There's a chance that he gets just as indignant and angry and lost as Trump is now.
Possibly. Sorry, my apologies.
One of the things that people seem to be uncomfortable talking about on the left is that we're about to have, for the third election cycle in a row, the oldest president ever, no matter who gets elected. which, you know, once again, I'm not trying to be ageist. I think it's a point of concern that the people that we're asking to do the most stressful fucking job in the world are all septuagenarians and pushing 80.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, yeah, I mean, we kind of bear the cross for that as well, because I imagine you were at least somewhat supportive of Bernie.
Yes.
I mean, I don't disagree with the mental decline point. I don't exactly have a tremendous amount of faith in Biden's cognitive abilities. My only argument would be, like, Trump is already this bad. Like, Trump is already, like, an impulsive, like, he lies about everything. Like 2/3 of the things he says are factually incorrect. I think some like massive meta study was done on every like prescriptive statement or descriptive statement that he's made over the course of his presidency. I think like the worst case scenario for Biden's mental decline would be putting him at or around Trump. But Trump is still declining. He's worse now than he was in 2016. So with regards to the third world points, I agree that there is always the possibility that Biden will get worse, and I acknowledge that. But given that Trump is already terrible, and Trump has a history of not using his administration, but rather just acts through executive action, whereas Biden has more of a history of collaborating with the Democratic Party and deferring people towards congressional committees that he forms or appoints people to, I think that even if their level of cognitive decline was equivalent, and that's an if, there's still a greater likelihood of Biden's administration being able to step up to help to bolster his soup brain, his melting, pink wrinkles.
I concede to the points as presented. I don't have a problem with any of that. I concede that we'd likely be better off with Biden in all of those positions. I have no problem conceding that.
Okay.
And I think you're right. I think Trump's farther down the road of horrible end of life decline, and Biden's probably going to surround himself with people who are a little more liberal minded, though also very corporatist minded, which puts not just a bad taste in my mouth, it puts a disgusting taste in my mouth. Like,
oh, I mean,
somebody
I
shit in
fucking
my
hate.
mouth.
Oh, I fucking hate Biden. I can't stand the DNC. I would none of my endorsements are moral. This is like the cold utilitarian calculus of somebody who is very unhappy with the choices that he has to make.
Yeah,
But that's sometimes all we get. Do you mind if I run through a few more?
please.
So with regard to the climate change thing, there are kind of 2 points to be made here, one of which I have to concede, and one of which, but I'll address later, and one of which I think is fairly upfront. With regards to just on the books policy, Biden is objectively better than Trump when it comes to climate change. He's acknowledged the importance of the sentiment of the Green New Deal and appointed many people, including the writer of the Green New Deal and AOC, to a climate action panel. I can't say this will definitely do something good. I mean, it's impossible for me to know the extent to which this will improve the world, but Trump barely acknowledges the existence of climate change. I mean, I would take tepid recognition and perhaps like some civic investment over the continued debate over whether or not it actually exists. But with that being said, and I do acknowledge this, I don't think anything he can do will be anywhere near enough. I don't think he can commit to change that is necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I understand the position. If you have more, I'm sorry to butt in. If you had more, please go ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. So that ultimately is the question that we arrive at too, which is because climate change is probably the greatest existential threat that we face right now. In the face of everything else, it honestly seems everything else seems kind of paltry. With regards to climate change, my argument has always been this: electorally, I don't think there's anything that we can do to fix it because, unfortunately, the investments necessary to meaningfully address climate change would not only require global action, it would require a massive shortage of existing capital infrastructure, the destruction of industries that have hands deep into our government, and replacing it with infrastructure that is at this time like not anywhere near as profitable as like fracking could be. Like it would, like capitalism isn't something, it can't mobilize itself to address problems like this. But my argument would be the chances are far greater of revolutionary change with Biden's failure than with Trump's failure. Because if the Democrats, the people in this country who do care about climate change, which I imagine probably like 40 to 60% of the population, we get another Trump term, this whole time everyone's going to be crossing their fingers, please God, after Trump is done, anyone, any Democrat, anyone who's blue. But if Biden goes up there, and we still don't have any meaningful solution to climate change after his term, the Democratic voters now have to acknowledge the fact that it's not just putting someone blue in office that matters, it's putting the right blue person in office. You can't just acquiesce to the Democratic Party. You have to go further. You have to show people that the hopes they've relied on won't work before they'll turn to more radical solutions. Whereas if you just let them have another Trump presidency, they'll think like, well, just please, God, just any Democrat, you know? Their hopes need to die before they move further left. And that's why Bernie was so successful after 8 years of Obama. The dejected progressives who saw his hope and change movement turn into another neoliberal facade were looking for something more severe after he was done. Unfortunately, it didn't work out.
Now, can I butt in for a second and
of
ask
course,
a
yeah, that was
clarifying question?
about. Yeah.
Their hopes need to die. You and I agree. Do you think their hope is really going to die, though, by just shuffling another stuffed suit into a position electorally and relying on, here's a little liberal progress on social issues that are constantly used as wedge issues to divide man from man and to prevent us from developing any kind of sense of commonality? Like, do you believe that people need to lose their hope? Because I do. But I believe that things are going to have to go a lot farther than the election of a Donald Trump for another 4 years for people to really genuinely lose their hope.
Well, I don't hope
for what I'm talking about, and I don't relish the thought of it. But I think shit is going to have to fucking collapse for people to really lose hope and understand who the villain is in this.
I agree, but I think the right system needs to collapse. If the Trump system collapses, there are a lot of wine moms on Twitter who are just going to go like, if only we had Hillary. But if we see the DNC fail the people who need their help, I think we're in a position to greater address their lost hopes. And I know that the material conditions are heightening rapidly as well. I mean, between climate change, COVID-19, the riots that are going on right now, I don't think Biden is just going to give us another Obama term, another 4 to 8 quiet years of peaceful neoliberalism, at least domestically. I think things are going to be bloody and violent pretty much the entire length of his presidency. And after that point, I do think a lot of Democrats are going to recognize the DNC is not the vessel of their salvation.
And I mean no disrespect by this, if the type of collapse that I'm talking about happens and that I envision in my mind happens, there will be no more wine moms from Twitter. They will not survive it.
How severe do you think just to clarify, how severe do you think it'll need to be?
I think we're talking global economic collapse, which is inevitable, by the way. I believe that as well, and you can challenge me on that. I believe that we have been living under a system where capitalism has created a giant casino for itself at the expense of everybody. And they're using, in addition to tons of fiat currency that gets moved around, they're using our labor to sustain it. We get to go to work and they get to go to the casino. And here's the problem with casinos. Now, I'm a very simple thinker. I'm not a real smart guy. I didn't do a lot of college. I haven't read every goddamn philosopher under the sun, but I know a little bit about casinos. Eventually, you motherfucking lose. And if you play too much and too heavily, you bust right the fuck out. And when that happens, we're not just talking about, we're going to have to tighten up our belts, guys. It might be a while until DoorDash is available. I'm talking about people are going to be going ape shit in the streets, breaking into each other's houses to steal water and food and places. There's going to be a societal breakdown. We're on the razor's edge of that right now. There's this thin line that separates humanity from the beast. I believe that. That's a philosopher. Can't remember which one. There's
not Hegel. What was his name? Hobbes?
Yeah.
Some pessimist during the Enlightenment times.
Yes. Yes. There, and I believe that. I genuinely do. I think that when the food becomes unavailable, we're going to turn on one another. We might try and help each other at first, but when the shit really hits the fan and those supplies run out, it's going to be dog eat dog. A lot of people are going to die. There's a lot of guns in this country. I mean, fuck.
A lot, yeah.
But at the end of that, there's a possibility for real systemic fucking change. There is a possibility that the people that survive that which there will be a few. I don't think it's going to go be to a man unless the nukes fly. Then, you know, you know what I mean? We might be.
I don't
singing a
disagree.
different tune.
Do you mind if I outline how I kind of imagine this is going to go, at least in an ideal world?
Sure.
I don't disagree with you on the global economic collapse. It seems to be a pretty inevitable component of capitalism. 2008 was pretty fucking bad, but it seems like something worse might be coming on the horizon. My opinion has been that it's always going to sort of flow downstream from climate refugees, as certain parts of Latin America, Central America, Southeast Asia, and even the Florida Peninsula become uninhabitable due to rising sea levels. There are going to be more and more migrants. It's going to be, I mean, Europe has a population of about 1 billion people, and it took a couple million refugees to turn that entire continent upside down. Imagine hundreds of millions of people having to spread out across the world just to avoid drowning. I think that an economic collapse eventually is inevitable. But my concern is, if that collapse takes place under the wrong ideological conditions, it will not be a socialist society which emerges from the rubble. In fact, if we look at Europe right now, it seems much more likely to me that a fascist society would take precedence, especially with migrants who are A, brown, mostly, and B, don't speak our language, battering down the hatches of our country. The likelihood of people adopting some sort of revolutionary, leftist solution to this seems far less likely to me than people just locking off the borders, creating an ethno-state, and trying to build up national and state power, as a way of resisting the forces of the outside world.
Now, when it comes to migrants, the biggest group there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the biggest group there is Hispanic migrants.
Yeah, they'd be, in Southeast Asia. We'd probably get mostly Hispanic migrants. Yeah.
Sure. What is it that you fear? Because you use some pretty strong rhetoric about migrants battering down our doors.
Oh, wait. I'm totally fine with them coming in. Migrants are totally...
Okay.
I'm sorry. My language may have been unclear, and I apologize for that. I'm totally okay. I want borders abolished. I think they're fine. I think that's how it'll be interpreted by the media of our country.
Sorry.
So just to clarify, my apologies. No. Very, very fine. One generation after, refugees, settle in, they become, economically productive. Their crime rates tend to be lower on average. I don't care. They're good.
Understood.
But yeah, with regards to this, my main concern is that I want to facilitate the best ideological conditions prior to this collapse possible. So my goal would be we try to move the electorate of this country in a position where we eventually get a Bernie Sanders type in office. I think that's as far as we can go electorally within capitalism. I don't think we can go farther than that. I don't think there's any way to peacefully or legislatively seize the means of production. There'd be a revolution before that happens. But if we get people's minds in the right place, if we incline people towards the right type of ideological dispositions prior to this tremendous collapse, I think we might be the ones to win out after the dust is cleared, the rubble is settled. That's my concern. And my worry is that from precedent, it seems like putting people like Donald Trump in office don't empower the left, they empower the right. Putting people
Isn't that on us, though? Isn't that on us to be loud and to be smarter? Because here's the thing, dude. I want to tell you something. I'm sitting over here smiling during that last part of your speech. People that follow me will know that just a few days ago, I said something that was almost indistinguishable from that. My entire ideology is oriented towards trying to engender this type of thinking in more people so that when the shit hits the fan, there's a chance that those people are there. They come through it and they go, here was the problem. Here was the toxic, disgusting, vampiric system that was the old paradigm that leached life from the working man, that made our lives horrible. And we still have all its machinery, if they're lucky. We still have a lot of its machinery. We have all its books, all its knowledge. And we can do something different. We can build this a better way. That is what I am oriented towards. That's why I spend so much fucking time talking about this. So if that's true of you, which I think it is from what I just listened to, then we are on the same page.
Yeah.
The divide between us is almost meaningless at that point, if that's the case.
Depends on where our votes go. Because I think the best way of achieving that outcome is to have Biden in office and then spend the next 4 years bullying the ever-living shit out of him. Sometimes I dream about it. I wake up with soiled underwear because I imagine 4 entire years where I get to, along with my comrades, ruthlessly bully the Biden administration. Right now, with Trump, Trump has empowered the far right. His approval ratings are through the roof, with the Republican Party at least. And the left in this country can't do anything to Trump. We can't influence him in any way, shape, or form. Why would he listen to us? We're not his constituency. But with Biden, who has already been making plenty of concessions to Bernie, allowed him to keep delegates. By the way, guys, Bernie is currently really, really close to reaching the delegate threshold that he needs to force more concessions during the Milwaukee DNC convention. If you motherfuckers are in states that haven't done your Democratic primaries yet, make sure to vote for Bernie Sanders, okay? It's the primaries, not the fucking main election. Anyway, we do all this. We get as many concessions out of that fucker as possible, and no matter how many we take, we still complain. And we get the DNC as riled up and as discontented as possible with the establishment, with people like Pelosi, with people like with Biden, and eventually we mobilize that electoral energy towards enfranchising the population, fixing the gerrymandering, trying to re-enfranchise like felons, trying to get more voting booths in like historically poor or POC communities. And all of this is part of a steamroll that we can engage in to take back the true majority of the country. A third of the country is Republican. We, or people too apathetic to vote, represent the majority by a vast amount. And all it takes is 1 or 2 good election cycles for us to make the Republican Party irrelevant on a federal level. And if we do that, we get reign until that revolution comes. And that's what I hope for.
I want to say that I don't disagree with your methods, and I really don't disagree with your position, man. And like I told you, I think one of our first communications was that I'm not here to tell you don't vote. Like, that's really not my message. I'm not going to vote. I'm willing to defend why, but I'm really not that guy trying to stand in front of you at the polls and go, stop doing this. I have my reasons, and I think that they're perfectly reasonable, and we can go through those. But there's almost a sadness that hangs over when I hear, and I don't mean to talk to you like I'm your grandpa or something, but a bright, vibrant young dude like you with a good brain in his head, and a lot of really great ideas and a passionate following around him, man. There's excitement around that, but there's a sadness to me hearing you talk like that, because I'm telling you, I was you, and I'm not trying to be like, hey, Sonny, I know everything about your life, because I was really like you back when I called myself a democratic socialist. I was very active, very fiery, very confrontational. I talked to anybody about anything. I'm so sure I was right. So completely and utterly sure of myself. And these are all good things about you. It's what makes Vosh Vosh as far as I can see. And it's great.
I'm an excitable kind of guy.
Yes, and that's a good thing. No. Stay excitable no matter what the fuck happens. Don't let that die, because when that dies, you may as well just pull the dirt in on top of yourself. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. I'm sad because I see that energy that you have, and I see the energy in your fucking community too. And I look at that and I go, fuck, look at all these leftist people that are sick of this fucking oppressive system. Look at this. Look at all these young folks that are like, fuck this system, man. Yeah. And so much of that energy, Vosh, when you take this riding with Biden position, is aimed at a vote that's ultimately going to preserve the status quo. And here's what I think in my mind. I think, what if that same energy that Vosh has on his channel right now, that same youthfulness, that same righteous indignation, what if that was aimed at, fuck, this isn't working. This can't be changed from within. We don't have the money. We're not trillionaires. We can't buy the politicians. It's been shown time and time again that when we get a candidate that might make some substantive changes, really radical substantive changes, they scuttle him over and over again. Check out. Stop pouring that energy into this fucking electoral cycle that, let me tell you, it's been disappointing young men like you since before I was born. Young men like you, and I'm not, once again, I'm not trying to talk down to you, dude. It's just we're just of different ages, and I feel
that's okay. I'm a Zoomer. Don't worry. I know what I am.
I feel a fucking kinship with you, though, because you really do remind me of myself in a lot of ways, like politically speaking and passion speaking. And so, if I could go back and tell myself something, it's that the answer to all these problems that are looming, these horrifying fucking problems that to list them just makes me sick to my stomach. The fucking earth, the racial tension that's about to boil over and explode in this country, rightfully so. The continued degradation of women and society at large, all of this horrifying blood, the fucking camps with little Mexican kids in them and little Hispanic children in them. It goes all over me, dude. I get fucking emotional just talking about it. And that's just half the shit going on. You know, pour that energy towards tearing this motherfucker down. Let the stink of it rise so fucking high that the average person loses faith in that system. Because perpetuating this system, that at the end of it, no matter who you vote for, whether it's Bernie, if you're lucky enough to get him, or Biden, the money is still being shuffled right out the back door. The rich are getting richer. The poor are getting fucked over and out. It's been that way since the institution of fucking feudalism, and probably before. And here it is again with a brand new name and a shiny new branding. That's the fucking focus, man. This system supports that. And that's why I can't, in good conscience, Vosh, walk into a voting booth and sign my motherfucking name. The only thing I got that's mine, my person, my agency as a human fucking being that lives on this planet, and look at the name Joe Biden, who I know would sell his grandmother's pussy up the river for a buffalo nickel, and sign my fucking name under it, man. I can't do it. I'm sorry to get worked up. I'm sorry to get passionate and shit. I'm not trying to yell at you.
Oh, I'm not impugning. I've just written down my my points for response. It's all utilitarian calculus to me. I don't take any of this personally. Would you mind if I responded?
Please do.
Yeah. So one of the main contentions that I have with this, I guess, framing of electoralism is the idea that there is, in any way, shape, or form, like a mutually exclusive nature to voting and direct action. Because there just isn't. Voting takes virtually no energy. I mean, depending on where you live, it can be a few hours, like, lining up or what have you. But when it comes to, like, the actual concession that you are making as an individual, as opposed to what energy you could direct towards direct action, like that, it just doesn't take anything from you. I guess it's an annoying evening, or you can do mail-in. I mean, then it really is just about nothing. But I don't think you lose anything by voting. So you could make the argument, though, and I think your argument is more of like an essentialist one, like your endorsement fundamentally of the system. My main issue, ultimately, is that not voting is the ultimate endorsement of the system. There are a fuck ton of people in this country who do not vote, and they have beget no revolutionary change, no challenge to the status quo, nothing. They are the ultimately the sheep over which the tide washes over. And while many of them, their lack of voting is for very legitimate frustration or very legitimate disenfranchisement from the system, I'm not going to make fun of them for that. I still ultimately think what they do does harm. And I know that because one of the greatest obstacles to bringing about change in this country is the fact that a huge number of the people in this country don't vote. They don't participate. They don't care. They don't bother with it. But these people aren't like revolutionary actors. They're the opposite of it. They're the ones who are most disempowered. But the ultimate...
I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but I feel like I want to respond to something here.
You may.
This
Please.
Argument, and I'm sorry to do that. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. This argument that, oh man, I'm so fucking familiar with it. When you don't vote, that's the ultimate endorsement of the system. I just don't fucking buy it, man. It's so reductive, and I'm not personally offended by it. I don't get that way in conversations like we're having. You have a different position than me, but I'm just telling you, as a whole, to take the people that don't vote in this country and to reduce them to people who are lazy, who don't have time to get an absentee ballot or just don't want to fucking participate. And I'm not saying you necessarily did that, but the argument that you made that we are the ultimate servants of this status quo is it's the same argument that people that would say that to me would make, that I'm just sitting around and doing nothing. Meanwhile, I'm not bragging. I spend probably a dozen or more hours a week talking about this to as many people as will listen to me with my little "the end is nigh" sign. You know what I mean? And I have a respectable following. I'm sitting here talking to your audience, which is far more than respectable. I'm doing everything I fucking can. And to me, more is accomplished by that than people that shuffle in to vote, because I could make the same argument. I could point the finger at you and say, you're a sheep. You're the sheep that lines up at the polls every year expecting change. You know, I have this analogy I make. I'm sorry to digress, but it's really relevant. American politics, and especially electoral politics as they exist, are like this busted down, rusted down fucking car, right? And all of us have this delusion that we're going to jump in that car this time, man, and we're going to turn the key, and this time it's going to start up, and we're going to drive down the road and go get a fucking tasty freeze together, man. It's going to be great. The wind's going to be in our hair. And of course, the reality is this car is, sitting on its rims. The rims long ago, just rotted off the wheelbase. The engine has seized for want of oil. The car is not going to drive. And we all pretend every year. And sometimes we change out a headlight. You know what? If we just, make this little incremental change on the headlight, then this year, man, it's going to change. This is the way to change. I've heard it my whole fucking life. And when it comes to the planet and the average person that lives on the planet, I've seen it get worse. And I've seen the stranglehold of capitalism get worse. So what should a guy like me do, Vosh? I'm not lazy. I voted in every fucking election that I could vote in since 1998. That's when I became eligible. I stopped voting after 2012. I could not bring myself to vote for Barack Obama after his bullshit fucking reversals on releasing the people that were being tortured in Gitmo.
If I may, if we were to use your analogy, the most intelligent thing to do, if you need a new car entirely, is to keep the car in a state of repair until you can drive to a new dealership. To acknowledge that you need to replace the car, but until that point, to make the incremental changes necessary to keep it from breaking down on you. I never made the claim that you were lazy or that anyone doing this was lazy. In fact, I acknowledge there are socioeconomic reasons for people to have abstained from voting. Even if I disagree with them, I'm not going to condemn 120 million people off the bat like that. But I've always followed this basic philosophy. And I believe it was Gandhi who said it, that all it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stay silent. And that's kind of how I feel about this process. If voting takes nothing from us but our names, I don't give a fuck about my name. I give a fuck about the billions of people whose lives hinge on the decisions made by the electorate of the United States of America. And I don't believe it a valid excuse or I guess excuse for abstinence from the system to place some arbitrary value on endorsement for the system. I don't endorse the system. No more than I endorse, for example, the institution of the police if I called upon them, if I were mugged, or if a family member of mine was shot. No more so than I endorse the federal government when I accept my COVID-19 relief. I merely participate in the system in the hopes of finding avenues through which I can do good. And ultimately, at this moment in time, I believe you can make a very strong argument for good being done by a vote, even if the process itself is involves sticking one's hand in a broken and exploitative system. I can't abide that excuse, in my opinion.
Let me poke a couple more holes in voting then. How can you assure me that a vote that you cast, or in fact that a vote that any normal American casts, actually ends up being tabulated for the person in which they voted for?
No more than I can guarantee the $20,000 of fundraising that I raised last night is actually going to go to people who need it. But making an attempt at positive change is better.
That is not true. That is absolutely. I actually think that if you were to ask the charitable organization that you raised for a document stating yes, indeed, that this money went, and for an accounting of where that money would go, you probably carefully picked a charity that would provide you an accounting, and we could reasonably be assured that that money would end up where they said it would. Unless they're scum fucks, and then
they could lie. I mean, it's impossible to know. We can only work within degrees of probability.
I understand that. Yes, it is impossible to know anything. The only thing that I know is that I know nothing. I get it. I'm with you on that. But I'm just saying, from the standpoint of this conversation, why is it? Why am I hearing? Why do I feel like I'm hearing two things from you? I feel like, and maybe if this is a bad faith analogy, then call me out on it and I will apologize, okay? It's like meeting a dude that's walking out of a Walmart with his basket filled with Walmart shit from China and Taiwan and wherever, right? And asking him, sir, how do you feel about Walmart? And he goes, tear it down, man. I'm fucking sick of Walmart and its oppressive practices and all this bullshit. And he keeps walking to his car and the guy follows him and says, well, how are you fighting it? Well, You know, I figure I keep going back and I complain when I go and I tell them to stock new things. And eventually, hopefully, if enough of us do that, Walmart is going to be this new kind of like utopian great place. But until then, I'm going to keep, you know, right on being a customer of Walmart, just like I always have been. What incentive are you giving the system to change?
Yeah. So the main
when you're willing to legitimize it by continuing to let them see this percentage of people actually took part in the pageantry that goes on here.
Well, the issue isn't that shopper is legitimizing it. The issue is that they're funding it. Voting doesn't fund the government. Paying your taxes does. If you want to make the argument that a true revolutionary would abstain from paying taxes, then you could. But I mean, that'd be a pretty quick route for every leftist to find their way into jail. But
of
what
course,
if
I pay my taxes like everybody else does, and I'm not making that argument. Of course,
yeah.
You have to. I hate this.
I get it.
I hate this. You hate capitalism, yet you live within it argument. So I'm not trying to make that. No.
Right. So my ultimate argument, I don't think voting legitimizes the system. The federal government would keep trucking along if 40, 30, 25% of the population voted. In fact, I think they'd love that. The more voter, that's why they work so hard at voter disenfranchisement. The less voters they have to worry about, the easier their elections are, the less is hinged on fate. That'd be fantastic for them. The more enfranchisement there is, the more they sweat because they have to work for every vote.
Let me ask you this. We see the voter numbers, and what do they usually sit at? Let's just look at the presidential. How many people sit it out?
Well,
what percentage?
I think like 35 to here. I can check for 2016.
Sorry, I don't mean to put you to work. I thought you might just know.
I think it was about 35% of the population. Was it 50? It couldn't have been 50. Hold on.
That's believable.
By income, voter turnout, sex and age. 18 years and older. Okay, it looks like about 58%, I think, of yeah. Oh, no, that was 2008. Let's just say 40% doesn't vote. Let's go off that. It seems like a good rough estimate.
What if that number was 90? What kind of think about that from the perspective of the ruling class.
I think they'd love it. If nobody voted, that'd be phenomenal for them.
I mean, they'd love it. They'd love knowing that 90% of the people out there in a country that's filled with guns have checked so far out of their influence that they don't even bother to participate in the stupid little pageant that they set up for them.
But the 40% that don't vote today aren't like revolutionary. They're apathetic. They're not going to rise up against the government.
Some of them are apathetic. Some of them are lazy pieces of shit that don't give a fuck.
I don't mean lazy. When I say apathetic, I don't mean lazy. I mean they don't think the system can fix their problems. I'm not impugning their character.
That to me is not necessarily indicative of apathy. Thinking that the system is not the answer to your problem does not necessarily prescribe apathy in the world that I live in. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, if they don't do anything with it, like I don't think this will fix anything, so I won't do anything. I mean, that's pretty much.
A lot of us do. A lot of them do. Well, dude, people have limited reach. So there are a lot of people that don't. There are a lot of people that don't vote that feel exactly like me, and they don't do nothing. They talk to their friends and family on Facebook. They're 2 little followers on Twitter when they can. Whoever will listen to them, they talk. And if that's worthless,
it's not worthless.
What we're doing here is jerking each other
off.
I don't think either of us believe that.
But they should also vote. They should vote, and they should do the things they're already doing. I mean, I do more good for my cause by having this channel than I ever could by voting. I'm just one citizen of hundreds of millions, but I'm still going to vote.
And I respect your right to do that. And like I said, I'm not here trying to tell you don't vote. I'm telling you where I stand on it and why I can't. I don't know that we're going to come to a head or come to a point where we're going to find a level of agreement necessarily on that. I hope that doesn't tear us apart as people that have similar visions for the future.
Yeah, I'm not trying to shoot down any of your arguments or anything. I'm just
no. I don't feel like you are. I'm saying in the eyes of your audience, I don't want to be looked at as a foe. And a lot of times when I have conversations like this, I end up being everyone's foe. I'm not looking to be that, but I have no confidence in this system. I have no confidence in the current system as it exists to be reformable in enough time to stop the coming cataclysm.
Oh, I agree. But
the ecological collapse.
But I don't think
economic
it can
collapse.
I don't think it can either. My goal is just to have a system that brings people over ideologically. Usually,
So
when
it's
you
just
have
like,
when you have far
let's
right,
live as
like look at
let's live as
Bolsonaro.
comfortably. Let's live as comfortably as we can for as long as we can on this dying world, and kick the can down the road to the next fucking generation and let them deal with it.
We make the next generation more left-leaning through our action. Look at Bolsonaro, for example, or what's happening right now in Hungary or Poland. When far-right leaders take power, this empowers the far-right in that country. It leads to more people being born far-right. You can discuss these ideas openly. You can, if things get really far gone, school teachers begin to impress these ideas upon their school children. It goes likewise in the other direction. If you look at, and I am not defending these countries, but this is still a good example. If you look at what happened with Lenin and Stalin, Mao, and what happened in North Korea, even with Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, you see that enabling far left ideas in these countries also leads to a preponderance of these ideas spreading deep into the culture of that country, spreading from generation to generation. It's not that Bernie Sanders America could fix climate change. It couldn't. But Bernie Sanders America can bring about more people to the left. And if we do that, whatever revolutionary action takes place down the road will be far more likely to succeed. There's also the direct action argument. Vladimir Lenin said it himself, that one of the greatest reasons for one of the
sorry about that. I'm trying to mask something that would likely get your channel banned retardedly.
No worries.
But please, I'm listening.
One of the Vladimir Lenin said it himself, that one of the reasons you should engage in electoralism to prevent reactionary actors from taking the presidency or prime ministerial or whatever is because those reactionaries are more likely to destroy any direct action attempts that actually take place. That weak, inept, liberal, fucking limp dick people like Biden are way more likely to let us get away with shit than somebody like Trump would, which is why Trump has talked about demolishing the streets, using the unlimited power of the military against the protesters, sending in the National Guard, and enabling far-right groups to start mobilizing against protesters. Biden wouldn't do those things, or at the very least wouldn't do them as much. And in that way, our ability to directly change the system is predicated on the weakness and complicitness of our left-leaning leaders. So even a direct action argument benefits from keeping people like Trump from being the president.
Okay. I don't disagree on anything other than the idea that the only way to bring about that kind of direct action is by also going in and casting your vote that's going to go ahead and grease the wheels for the current system to continue.
I don't. It's just one of the ways.
And allow middle America to be real relieved when fucking Froyo opens up again down the street and go right back. Because let me tell you something, dude. You want to talk about some inept motherfuckers? That 60% that apparently does vote. I mean, let's not mince words here. Not everybody that shuffles in there to the polls with an idea who they're going to vote for is Friedrich Nietzsche or some shit. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of thinkers sprinkled in there. So this lack of an informed vote is just another argument against it.
Yeah, because our education systems.
I think there needs to be two components to have this kind of voting democracy work. Number one, you've got to have the right to vote, and we fail at that. It costs $1,000 in the state of Louisiana for somebody to get a license because they have to have proof of residency, which means they have to pay rent, and they have to have a car to get back and forth to a job so that they can pay rent. They don't have those things, so they can't vote. So number one, we fail at providing access to the vote, which is a reason I don't participate. Number two, every goddamn electoral cycle, we hear about numerous stories where ballots disappeared or were erroneously cast for the other candidate. But it always comes out 2 weeks after that candidate's already been coronated, the governor or whatever it is. So nothing's ever done about it. I watched it happen at the presidential level in 2000 as an adult, and let me tell you how that felt.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was one of the greatest electoral scandals.
Let me tell you how it felt to watch the fucking Supreme Court of the United States hand the United States over to George W. Bush.
But if we want to fix that, if we want to fix voter disenfranchisement, voter ID laws, the misplacement of voting of voting stations, we need local elected officials, if at the very least voting down ballot, getting senators and congresspeople and governors on the ballot so they can make those changes necessary.
And the people in national power are just going to go along with this, right?
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, hold on. Get rid of the Diebold machines that we can easily fucking get in and monkey with the numbers on. Oh, those trucks of votes that keep disappearing in Texas during every primary season. Those trucks of votes that come from brown people neighborhoods.
Yeah,
that happened this year. By
well,
the
that
way.
almost always happens. Yeah, that almost always happens in Republican districts. Voting in Democrats will go a long way towards fixing that. Yeah, well,
Sure.
Republicans are the ones who want to get rid of brown people's votes because brown people vote Dem. So yeah,
I understand that, but nobody's stopping it by voting for Joe Biden.
well, they are though, because if Democrats replace the Republicans in those seats, they can have much more power to influence the electoral positions in those districts. Yeah, Democrats have already formed committees. For as long as the Democrats are in office.
For how long until another righty comes along and pushes the Overton window a smidge back closer
then we
to
keep
the
voting
right?
and we keep them from getting back. We vote every single 2 years.
What a grinding nightmare that never has a fucking answer ever and that never gets better ever until it finally just rots and collapses.
That's like never making your bed because you know you're just going to unmake it that night. I mean, democracy is a process.
I'm all for that, by the way. I don't make my fucking bed.
Well, democracy is a process, and the world is a better place if we try to keep it upheld rather than just allowing it to get worse because the people who actually do care about voting are all the octogenarian fucking retirement home Republicans who just want to get black people out of their state. If we participate in this process, we make things better for them. No, wait, not the octogenarians, the people of color and what have you. We get their votes tallied, and then, hey, turns out when everyone's votes tallied, Republicans are never going to win in that district again. If we take this state by state, I mean, it won't, it's not guaranteed to work, but it's a process.
If the election of Joe Biden leads to mass enfranchisement of poor black and brown people in this country, and there's all of a sudden there's no more voter ID barrier, I'll come on your stream. You don't even have to talk to me. And I'll eat a fucking shoe. You can pick what style. I'll go buy a pair of shoes and I will eat a shoe on your stream.
What if
Joe Biden does a fucking thing for a black or a brown person when it comes to enfranchising them?
a fucking thing?
Well,
okay, then I'll hold you to that.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me correct myself. Maybe not a fucking thing. But if he actually goes a good distance towards fixing the problem of black and brown people being completely kept off the voter rolls with an economic barrier.
Yeah, that's a little vague, but I will say that yes, I think that with a Biden presidency, at the very least, the worsening tide will be abated and possibly things will be made better. It's always an improvement, but I'll never stake a claim in Biden like fixing a problem. Fuck Biden. But at least keep it from getting worse, and it'll be better than it would have been under Trump. Things have gotten a lot worse under Trump over the past 4 years. Like, a lot. At a local level, too. Because local representatives have felt empowered to get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. Like, there are no rules anymore. Trump is president.
And
they
look
don't
at what
care.
happened, though. What we were talking about earlier in the stream. Look at the uprising that's happened because the pressure was turned up. Because it wasn't an Obama or it wasn't a Joe Biden in office when COVID-19 hit. It was one of these fucking jack boot wearing fucking KKK loving Republicans that did it. And now look what's happening. Cities are burning, Vosh.
And the Democratic voters chose Biden overwhelmingly because they preferred electoralism, because they just wanted anyone to beat Trump. We showed them what the world was like under Trump, and they said, okay, we'll take any Democrat. We need things to break under a Democrat for these people to recognize that there's a wall further to the left of the DNC that they need to break down.
I think knowing the fact that so many people are low information voters, asking your informed audience to go out and vote for Biden and hoping that he would win kicks the can down the road another fucking 4 to 8 years and allows these people, some of them that are feeling righteously indignant right now and taking to the streets in their cities all over this fucking country and the world, I guess. This is spreading.
I don't see how letting Trump win another term fixes anything. Well,
now I've got a reason to go home because we did it, boys. We put Biden in the presidency.
Sure,
so
the liberals.
Back to the hood.
But the lefties.
Going back to the hood, y'all.
I don't think there's any evidence to indicate that a Biden presidency would be marked by great civil rest. I think that the material conditions that have this is a fundamental component of Marxism. People's radicalizations are a part of material conditions, not a part of what leader is in power. It doesn't matter whether Trump or Biden is at the helm. America is still broken, and the brokenness, the disrepair is going to motivate people towards direct action one way or another. I'd just rather have a person in office who is A, less likely to fight against that, and B, more more likely to reveal the inherent inconsistencies within the DNC's approach towards fixing America. And if we can do that, I mean, maybe we can get something out of this. Maybe we can get another Bernie Sanders to take the helm in 2024. I know some people say AOC. I'm not really sure about that.
Are you a proponent of eventual revolution?
Yeah, very much so.
You know, let's talk a little Marxish. You know what I mean? We're talking about the proletariat rising up and seizing the means of production.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that do you think Joe Biden's a move towards that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a disagreement. I mean, maybe we can hash it out, but I just don't know that you and I are ever going to agree on that.
Possibly. I mean, again, it's mostly a matter of showing the Democrats where the faults lie. Not with Trump, but with liberalism. Not with the Republican Party, but with the current system. And if we can't do that as long as they're fighting against an obvious cartoon enemy. Nobody would... It's like a Saturday morning cartoon. Nobody would recognize the secret evil villain that runs the hero's base as long as they have, like, Mordak to fight. As long as there's an obvious threat. As long as there's a very clear and consistent ideologically opposed enemy. The greater evil looms overhead, unknownst to, I guess, the general population.
I mean,
in my opinion,
I agree. I mean, look, dude, I agree with certain parts of that opinion. I disagree with others. The part that I kind of take umbrage with is this idea that Trump hasn't moved us in a positive direction. And let me explain myself before everybody goes ape shit. Okay. We're at 3.5 years of Donald Trump, the big fucking racist doofus that just, you know, anytime he's got a chance to cool things off, he just inflames them. And look at what's happening. COVID-19 comes along and there's this shockingly inept response led by his government. And it puts all this pressure on people, and people start, for the first time in my lifetime, there was no bread in the grocery store. It's like, whoa. No bread? They're out of what? They're out of meat? They're out of bread? They're out of eggs? No milk? That was all true of me. I was asked to not leave my house. I had no access to any of that. Now, thankfully, the engine of capitalism kicked back in for a minute. They brought some poor fucking people back to work, probably to die of coronavirus, and get me my milk. And that's the best we can hope for. But that happens on Donald Trump's watch.
Was that not?
And the pressure builds. It's like he walked over and took the pressure cooker, which, by the way, Barack Obama was cranking up with his stupid corporate ACA sellout. Oh, I'm gonna make sure that everybody's covered, and then it's just a big old gift to fucking, these fucking healthcare companies. But anyway, the point is, Trump comes along, turns up that pressure cooker, and all of a sudden, Chicago's burning, LA's burning. Minneapolis, St. Paul are burning. Florida's starting to burn. Parts of the South are starting to burn. Different names are being used too. It's not just George Floyd. It's their local martyr. It's the last brown person that died in the streets because a pig came along and wanted to beat a brown person.
The revolution doesn't mean anything if people aren't moved towards the correct ideological positions, though. All this fire and blood in the streets means nothing if all the Democrats learn from it is, okay, we'd better vote for Biden harder next time. That's ultimately the issue. It's not just the antagonism that's necessary. It's for people to learn the correct lessons from the antagonism. And if all the Dems learn from all of this is Orange Man bad, which I think a lot of them are, frankly, then we get nothing from that long term.
I agree with that. I'm sick of, I made a joke the other day about this Orange Man bad shit needs to end. I'm so sick of fucking dumbass, what's his name that does the impersonation of him on SNL? I'm so sick of dumbass fucking.
You watch SNL? Why would you do that to yourself?
I don't, but I'm on Twitter and some, people will post memes where he's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm from the 80s, so I'm kind of a boomer. So I follow some older people and they're like, hey, this was fucking hilarious. And it's just some dumbass fucking idiot whose name I can't remember from SNL with Cheeto dust on his face.
Yeah, but that's all the Democrats are getting from this. Or at least a lot of them. They're just getting like, damn, Trump sure is a bad president. A lot of them don't understand COVID-19 was always going to ravage the country no matter what the response, because we don't have a system for the decommodification of our industries. We don't have a debt relief program capable of meaningfully addressing the needs of the people. George Floyd still would have died under Biden. The Minneapolis Police Department was racist as fuck one way or another. Biden wasn't going to personally intervene in that. All these conditions would have taken place just the same, And the BLM marches took place during the Obama presidency. All these conditions exist one way or another, but the lessons learned are different. Do we blame Trump or do we blame the system? Do we blame Republicans or do we blame the political establishment? And I would much rather lead Democrats, who are the only people we're ever going to move, at least most of them, to a position where they're forced to criticize the meaningful enemy of the American people, rather than the two puppet heads that have been placed to battle it out in D.C. until the end of time.
I believe it's a nobly defended position. And I won't. No, I'm saying, to me personally, I'm not trying to say that it's that way for anybody else that's watching. The people that follow you probably agree 100%. To me, it's a nobly defended position, but it is flawed based on the fact that it perpetuates a system that you yourself have admitted. We're like this little incremental change, this putting, people that are, because I got to be honest with you, Biden would have been a fucking centrist leaning Republican in my childhood based on his policy positions.
He's pretty progressive these days, at least.
Well, I mean, he started to talk the talk, but see, I've heard that too. I've heard way too many slick politicians that were going to change the paradigm and push the Overton window back to the left talk that kind of talk. I don't believe a fucking word of it coming out of Biden. I know where Biden's heart is.
I mean, if we get people ultimately, our ability to influence the Democratic Party leverages on our votes, right?
In this case, it's leveraged on what he's willing to say.
Sure, I just think
during the electoral cycle prior to getting into office, whether it translates into any action out of him. I mean, you and I can, we can make a little side bet on that if you want, but
oh no,
possibly which way the wind is fucking blowing.
I think that Biden, like most Democrats, is kind of like a principleless, spineless worm who will just follow anything the committees tell him is valid. Everything from Obama's position on gay marriage to everything that happened forthcoming, even throughout the entirety of his presidency. Even him voting on the crime bill was him largely acquiescing to massive public demand at the time. I just think he's another corporate politician that will do basically whatever he thinks will allow him to be put in a position to best represent his corporate sponsors. That's
totally fucking agree.
Yeah, but if right now the Democratic Party or its constituency seems to be pretty farther left. I mean, a lot of them liked Bernie's ideas, which is why he got so far along, which is why Biden has acquiesced in a public option for the Medicare system, which is why he's acquiesced on student debt loan forgiveness, which is why he's acquiesced on free college up to 2 years. There are a lot of really substantial positions.
Vosh, he's acquiesced on talking about that on the campaign trail. I might be willing to choose another article of clothing and eat it if he makes any fucking measurable progress towards free fucking college for everybody.
More likely he does it than Trump. So
I have heard these honey sweet lies before, Vosh. I've been alive long enough to hear these honey sweet lies from these politicians that are all sold out. And when it's electoral season, free this for all. Stop this horrible, Barack Obama did it, and he's probably the most memorable to someone that's your age. The first thing I'm going to do is sit down at the desk and I'm going to sign an executive order releasing the people at Guantanamo.
No, I remember, and the whole, But the issue is, we can still work within probabilistic degrees of different presidential candidates doing different things. I'll never hinge, my life or anything, no pants eating, on the honesty of a political candidate, but we have to recognize that the things they say do matter because there is, an association, there is a correlative relationship between the promises that politicians make and the things they actually do. I'm not arguing that they're definitely going to do them or that they're honest or good-natured or moral or charitable or anything like that. I'm only saying that, in a utilitarian sense, it's more likely that Biden will do these things than Trump, and that's all I need to vote for him.
Fair enough. That I need more to be persuaded to vote for a person, and that's just all there is to it. You know what I mean? I require more for him than just the assurance that he's going to be slightly better than the Republican candidate. Well, I don't think the earth has time, because I got to tell you, Vosh, and maybe this is fucking emotional, and I know you like, what do you call it? Prescriptive dialectics. I like
a lot of. I like both those words. We can go.
You said it earlier, and I tried to make a note of it.
Historical in my head, dialectic.
No. Just how you go through things.
The material dialectic.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. But from where I'm sitting, I feel this force in my life as I get older, And it's like this clock ticking. And part of that is just me getting older and knowing that, like, a little bit shorter of breath, one day closer to death. That starts happening to people around my age, around 40. You start to become really aware of that mortality that's creeping around the corner, especially if you're a big fat fuck like me.
Yeah, we're in the ballpark.
But there's this feeling of like just a clock. That's how I represent it in my head when I really try and sit down and think about this, and it's just ticking inexorably. And there's not much time. You can tell it's winding down. You know what I mean? Now, I can't tell you in this year, I'm not trying to be that guy. In this year, the scroll says that everything will collapse. Shit's about to get real fucked up, Vosh. Real soon. And people that think like you, in my mind, are better off being revolutionaries and shit. Being out there and telling people, fuck this system. Fuck everything that Joe Biden stands for. Fuck settling for incremental change, one more fucking electoral cycle as black people, hold on, as black people are being stomped in the fucking streets. Fuck this system.
But
let's think of something better. Let's advocate. And you know what? Let's bring that voter participation number down to single digits. Because I have one thing that I disagree with you is I do not think the powers that be would look at those numbers and go, woohoo, yeah. They'd look at 90% of people in this country going, fuck what you're giving me. I'm going my own way, and go, uh-oh. And they'd be right to, too. They'd be right to, too. Because those of us that don't participate, we don't really feel too good about the way that we've been treated by the government. I don't know anything about your life, Vosh, but I've been fucked with by authority from every fucking angle. And I'm not even a black dude. I'm a white guy. What privilege I had to walk through that butt fucking in America.
There are several problems. First of all, I am a revolutionary. We can't have a revolution right now. The material conditions aren't ripe for a revolution. We can't all take to the streets and overthrow the federal government. It's not possible. All the incremental change I advocate for up until that point is to put us in a position where we can win that revolution. That's what I care about. We can't just do it right off the bat. Until then, you have to engage strategically in whatever actions, electoral or direct action, are necessary to bring about a material set of conditions that are capable of allowing us to win that revolution. It has nothing to do with endorsing the system. The system exists whether we like it or not. The feudal kings and monarchs had 0% voter participation. The government doesn't give a fuck whether we like it. And the people who don't vote right now aren't not voting because they're discontent with the government. Everyone's discontent with the government. They're just discontent with the government and, electorally speaking, useless. Everyone disagrees with the government. Nobody likes how the government is functioning right now. Even Republicans are bending over backwards to try and excuse how they can protest against the federal government while also sucking the dick of the president up there. Nobody likes how it's functioning. But some people see how it's not functioning and decide to check out because of that. A lot of those people who check out are doing it because they are lazy. Many of them are doing it because they're systemically disenfranchised, and I don't fault them for that. Some people are doing it because on an ego level, they don't like the idea of endorsing a system, even though the system really doesn't give a shit whether or not they vote. It just bothers me when we will make these grandiose appeals towards revolution by engaging in actions that harm our chances long-term of engaging in revolutions that will help people. There's nothing incremental about my strategy long-term, but in the meantime, there's nothing we can do from a revolutionary perspective, and I don't harm my ability to engage in direct action by voting. It's going to be
I don't believe that's true.
Letter. It's one letter that I have to write. I get to do mail-in voting. I don't even have to leave my house.
That's exactly how I voted in every election from 1998 to 2012.
How does it harm my ability to do direct action by voting?
I don't think it does necessarily. I do think that you spend an inordinate amount of time trying to convince people to continue participating in a system that would butt fuck you in a second.
Well, it continues to butt fuck us whether or not we vote. I mean, Trump would butt fuck us worse. It's not like we're consenting to the butt fucking. We're just doing what we can to make it so long term the butt fuck hurts less.
Because long term, the butt fuck doesn't hurt less.
Well, it does, at least in the short term, but long term.
Not in a capitalist world, not in a vulture capitalist world.
But I'm trying to move people to
degradation.
I'm trying to move people to anti-capitalism. That's what I want to do
by voting for a capitalist.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders is a capitalist. Was he looking to
I'm not even a fucking
abolish?
Communist. I don't call myself a communist. You said that I was more of a socialist earlier. Maybe that's true. I'm not voting for capitalists anymore.
Well, that's
I'm
fine.
not
But
going to
what
do
if
it. I'm not going to put somebody that's going to protect the idea of capital in power anymore.
But
That's another hill
is.
I'm willing to die on.
What
Sorry.
if we vote in capitalists who are more left leaning that incline people towards non-capitalist viewpoints, like Bernie Sanders did?
I believe that capitalism, like religion, is a poison pill, and I believe that when it is mixed with government, it can do nothing but harm. I think that any progress that's made will be bought back by ad execs. I believe that any legislation that's passed banning predatory practices will be slowly but surely wormed away at. I believe this because I've watched legislation like that disappear year after year after year. And you know what? A lot of my life, a lot of that 40 years, guess who was in the office? Wasn't a Republican. A lot of the years I lived under Democrat. I lived under a Democratic presidency. I lived under a Democratic presidency that was strong and well liked and had both houses of Congress.
Do you think we'd be in a better position if Bush had won and then Mitt Romney and McCain had won as well? Like if we had just had a Republican presidency
That's not
for
the
20
way.
years
That's not the
straight?
way. That's not the way the political pendulum works, is it?
I don't think there is a pendulum. I reject this. I think this is an excuse accelerationists use to justify non-participation in the system they have an ego-driven reason not to engage with. Like if we're talking about this, like right now, the most radical swing towards leftism in this country was brought about by Bernie Sanders, an electoral candidate who arose to prominence after 8 years of Obama. It took 8 years of a liberal Democrat, or I guess centrist Democrat, to bring about a person whose cult of personality moved more people over to leftism than Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., and W.E.B. Du Bois combined. And that's incredible. And that's the power that strategic engagement in the system is capable of bringing about.
I'm not sure that I agree necessarily with the rhetoric that Bernie Sanders somehow did more than all of the names that you mentioned.
No, not did more, just brought more people to leftism. Obviously, if we're just talking like good done, then of course MLK.
I don't know that I believe that
supersedes.
either, but let's, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, we can I guess work the math on that later. But
it doesn't matter.
That's
To
the
me,
power.
I mean, we can if you want. It doesn't matter. I just don't. It doesn't seem to me that to be true, but I understand where you're coming
Yeah,
from.
I mean,
I agree.
Haven't done like hard math in it, but yeah,
Sure.
whatever the case is, just the issue I have is that through Bernie Sanders' participation in our capitalist electoral system, millions of people were pushed farther left. Many of them left of capitalism, many of them actively socialists now. Our ability to win that revolution that you want, that I want, is predicated on our ability to bring the masses over to our position. But that cannot be done as long as people think the only enemy they're fighting is Trump or the Republican Party. People have to realize there's a greater enemy. And it was Bernie Sanders highlighting the internal inconsistencies of the DNC that moved people in that position. I believe in the power of grand electoral change if mobilized by people like Bernie Sanders, people who will expose people to the internal contradictions of capitalism. That is the mechanism through which we gain the numbers necessary to win that revolution 20, 30, 40 years down the line, when this country isn't still thinking that Trump is its greatest enemy, when this country recognizes that capitalism and global climate change are its greatest enemies.
Do you think the left-right paradigm will persist when the grocery stores start shuttering their doors?
Yes.
And food abundance stops.
The right will blame immigrants. Yes, 100%.
Right. The right will blame immigrants, but it'll be at the same time that the right and left are tearing down infrastructure, looting. I'm talking about like food not being available in a large scale, not even just in the United States, but globally, which is what we're relegating ourselves to climate change wise. This is, my little crystal ball into the future is that our planet's ability to sustain us by growing enough food and providing environments where we can raise enough herds to feed ourselves in the numbers that we currently exist eventually reaches a point and starts to decline.
I do not think that severe
And so no
economic
matter how-
anxiety will bring people together politically. I think it'll lead to fascism, as it already has been in many other countries in the world.
You know what? I will agree with you on this. I will give you this point if it's a point against me, that typically when people lose faith in an economic system in the past, despotism has risen in its place, and right-wing authoritarianism has a tendency to spring up when people are real mad because there's no food and there's no money.
Yeah, and the majority power holders are usually the ones that end up leading that new society. And right now, it's still fucking white dudes, or I guess just white people broadly.
This is germane to the point. I'm glad you said that, because the question I have when I listen to you is this. Can you please try, and I'm not trying to diminish your point by describing it as I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a naturally fucking, I'm kind of an asshole. When is the magical fucking fairy dust moment going to come where the owner class, the people that control the capital of this country and the world, are going to finally go, you know what, Vosh, and people who think like Vosh, here's our asshole. Here's our butthole. You're right. You're right. Mea culpa. We did wrong. Here is 90% of our profits really injected back into, you know what? Fuck profits. Here's us saying we're not billionaires anymore. We're going to be normal fucking people, and we're going to join a society in which your basic needs are provided for. Let's just do it, guys. Come on. Bill, you do it first. Burn your Ferrari. When is this going to fucking happen? Because these people have us in. Have you ever seen and it's really sad, by the way, a pit bull in a choke chain?
I in cartoons, I think, but probably not.
Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it in real life. I grew up in an area that unfortunately had a pit bull culture that included having a big mean pit bull and putting a choke chain on it. It's sad, and that's where we are. That's what capitalism has done to us as a people. It has put us in a choke chain. And if we don't break that fucking chain at some point, if we just keep going, well, the money just needs to be redistributed right. I never see a day that Bill Gates, and I'm not, maybe he'll do it. I never see a day that Jeff Bezos, without somebody showing up to his house to steal shit from him, is going to give a fucking thing to anybody that actually improves the lives of normal people. And under capitalism, that's what we need to happen. We need the richest among us to pay an exorbitant amount of taxes out of the goodness of their hearts and accept a level of richness that would make you and me shit our pants.
I think that there are some ways for us to rang the capital class in line through electoral reform. Stuff like tax rates, capital acquisition. Right now, our capital taxes are incredibly fucking low. Obviously, like inheritance tax is a huge one. We can also do like right of first refusal with like workers being able to purchase businesses. And Bernie suggested that a portion of the stock of every large firm, 20% I think, be owned collectively by the workers. But when it comes to the abolition of the capital class, this could never be done electorally. Not in a million years. And it is at that point, I would hope, that our electoral maneuvering has brought about enough popular support for us to win whatever conflict takes place after that.
I disagreed with you earlier on something, and I can't remember what exactly it was. But the point that I wanted to make, I think, is germane now. Mm-hmm. There is something that we can do that doesn't involve voting that I think would be extraordinarily powerful as a tool against the very people that we're talking about and the system that we're talking about. And that is a general strike.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
An absolute refusal. I'm talking all the way, man. Because listen, I was raised a union kid. Both of my parents worked in a factory growing up. My dad was the president of local number 254, glass molders, pottery, plastic, allied workers for a number of years. I was very privileged to sit and get to watch him do his business and to listen to union delegation when I was a young man and to go to some protests. I actually attended a number of labor strikes when I was a young man, including one in Las Vegas that was awesome because it's the first time I saw Street Fighter 2, but I digress. One thing that never left me from my parents' involvement and dedication to that union was that the most fucking precious thing in the world is your time. It's the only thing they're not making more of. And entering into a contract with an employer is you selling the most precious fucking thing in your life to them for an agreed upon amount. And some benefits on the side if you're lucky. And that's what the labor movement is about. And at this point, it's almost petered out to a whisper. It doesn't exist anymore like it did when I was a child. The power of labor has diminished. And if the workers of this country stopped letting union busting happen and just joined a general workers of the world, I know there's one. They used to come and protest at the Starbucks I worked at all the time. United Workers of the World. Maybe they're not perfect, but you know what? If labor organized in this country, all this authoritarianism you're talking about, all these guns, because I agree that's a problem to a revolution, but you know what? It would shit its pants. And so would the billionaires. If the people reasserted their ability to stop this fucking engine.
I mean, I don't disagree with any of that. So let's elect people who are going to help revitalize unions in this country. No, I know.
You think Joe Biden is going to revitalize
more than
unions
Trump
in this country?
Yeah, 100% more than Trump. Also, voting down ballot. There are literal socialists who are running as Congress people and senators. Yeah, those people actually will.
Okay.
No, I completely agree. But the issue is right now the labor movement is broken in this country. And two, a lot of the people who are in unions aren't socialists. They're just looking out for higher wages for themselves. They need to be made to understand that what they're really fighting against isn't their boss. They're fighting against the system that allows them to have a boss.
You know, maybe unions as they exist now are just fighting for higher wages for themselves. But when I was a kid and the union action that I saw and participated in was about protecting your life and your time and demanding that it has value, that your human life and the time that you get to spend, the brief fucking flickering time you get to spend on this planet is worth something.
Yeah,
that's what unions used to be about.
I've read all up about the union organizing back during the turn of the 20th century was responsible for almost all of the worker protections that we have today. We don't have them anymore because union protections were dismantled by conservative politicians. It wasn't people like Obama and Biden going up there. It was local representatives who kept adulating the private businesses, tearing apart the rights for workers to organize. And today they work collectively with massive firms like Walmart and Amazon, circumventing pre-existing laws to keep people from unionizing, allowing these people to be fired if they even whisper of unionization with even their firms.
I don't deny that this stuff is true, but what I don't like is this excuse making. Because
for what?
To say that back when unions were stronger, which I was privileged to live at a time when they were, that there weren't attempts to undermine said union in any way possible is just not
they were,
true.
but then they won. We lost.
They didn't. Well, yeah. They won and we lost because we started making excuses like, well, they told us they were going to fire us. Back in the day, they used to say, fuck that. You know what? We go camp out at the one entrance to this fucking factory. And they want to bring trucks in here or scabs to replace us. They can drive over our bodies. And if the cops want to come and arrest the 4,000 people that work at this fucking factory, they can do it. And you know what happened? Concessions got made. All of a sudden, contracts were better. All of a sudden, two people like my parents who worked factory jobs. My mom pushed a broom, worked low-level factory work. My dad was a mechanic. And they bought a house, not like went and found a house that was already built. Picked a piece of land, purchased 2 acres of it, had an architect or whatever the fuck does this come in and go like, what do you want? Design them a house and have it built. And it was on the backs of their willingness when the company went too far to shut that motherfucker down by violence if necessary.
Do you know?
If a scab tries to break that line, you beat the fuck out of that scab and the next one doesn't.
Do you know who your parents voted for in 1980 and 1984 for the presidency?
I do not know for an absolute certainty, but I can tell you my president, my parents voted Democrat their entire
That's good. I'm
lives.
glad they did because Reagan broke the back of the unions in this country. The real reason unions fell is because we voted in politicians who broke them. And these weren't snaky Democrats who went up there and said they were going to bolster unions' rights and then fuck them over. These were Republicans who out and about advertised themselves as pro-business conservatives and then did exactly what they said they were going to do.
They won because people got comfortable.
Because people stopped voting for the right candidates.
No.
I don't understand how can you say that people's voting choices didn't lead to the breaking of the
even
unions?
when they voted for even when they voted for the right candidates, unions were under assault from the people that really pulled the puppet strings, which is the corporations that these fucking unionized people work for.
This is bordering on conspiracy, so you don't think the positions of presidential
No,
candidates have any bearing on what they do to the country?
At the back end, no. At
Okay.
the back end, hold on, listen to me and let me justify myself. At the back end, I think it's the same economic transaction. I think at the back end, for the most part, there might be some true believers out there on both sides, but for the most part, electoral politics as they exist right now, it's a money-making machine.
Then
and
why
I
do
can't see how anybody could justify it any other way. The idea of becoming a national politician seems to be, unless you can fucking prove me wrong by precedent in history, to lavish, fucking favors upon corporations, to lavish personal favors upon buddies of yours, and to perpetuate ultimately a status quo that allows business to continue to operate unchallenged.
I understand the sentiment sounds good, but it's a fact of the world that Republicans consistently do different things in office than Democrats, and the damage done to unions can be directly tied to legislation that was written and passed by Republican candidates. I understand that capitalism is the ultimate string puller at the back of that, but this is rhetoric disguising fact. It is a fact of the matter that the electoral decision-making of United States citizens in 1980 and 1984 directly contributed to the destruction of the unions. I'm not saying that's the only thing that happened, but that it is absolutely something that happened.
You know what? I'm more critical of unions than you are. I don't think that this was the politicians broke our backs. You know what failed that caused unions to go under and the world to become a dystopian worker-slave nightmare? Solidarity. It's a word you used to hear a lot passed around in unions. Solidarity. I traveled all over California as a little union brat, protesting in front of places I'd never been, in industries that my parents had nothing to do with. I protested in front of a Las Vegas casino for 3.5 weeks that was being torn down, and everybody inside it fired and sold to another company that refused to rehire them, and they were unionized. People came from all over the country. There's no news stories floated around about it anymore. It was huge. The people mobilized in such a way that those people ended up getting hired. They kept their jobs and their union benefits in the new casino that was built as a result of solidarity. That's what died. You know what? These Republican politicians come and go. See, we disagree. I believe the pendulum exists. I believe that's the political game.
But your argument is just that laws don't matter. Like, that's what you're arguing, that it doesn't matter. Laws are literally irrelevant, and it's just like feelings, and people just believe things or they don't. That there's no way whatsoever to change the conditions in our country because all the mechanisms for doing so are fake and ephemeral. Like, this is non-demonstrable. Like, you can easily track. Like, why impugn Biden for the crime bill? I guess like police just would have done whatever they did anyway, with or without Biden voting for the crime bill. Why ever look at any politician's electoral records? Why care about anything involving politics? Because the material conditions of changing how this world exists or how this country functions are completely unrelated to anything we do. I say solidarity doesn't matter, even though you could easily draw empirical evidence to indicate that solidarity did mean a lot to the movement of unions back in the day. I say it doesn't because, I don't know, it doesn't fit my narrative because I'd rather make everything electoral. I don't deny solidarity matters, but your inability to recognize that electoral decision-making has a massive outcome on the ability to mobilize in this country is delusional. It's not a principled stance. You're just ignoring factual evidence that would force you to recognize that not voting is an immoral decision on your part.
I'm not accusing you of putting words in my mouth, but I would love for you to quote me saying anything that you said in the last 10 seconds of your speech there. I won't try and fucking paraphrase you again. You know what you said.
Sure. So I made the claim that you said electoralism doesn't matter and votes don't matter. And I can cite that because about 1.5 minutes ago, you made the claim that, yeah, it really doesn't matter what gets passed because the capitalist puppet masters at the back are going to do whatever they want anyway, and who you elect has no relationship to that. In spite of the fact that it is...
Are we talking past each other here, Vosh? I'm talking about the way you fight back.
I'm talking about what led to the death of unions in this country, and Reagan did a lot, and people voted for Reagan.
I'm talking about direct action. I'm talking about stopping the machine in its tracks, closing down the cities, closing down the shops, closing down the Walmarts.
What are we talking about with... Wait, are we talking about strikes or unions?
I'm talking about new unions. I'm talking about a national labor movement.
Okay, but we were talking about what led to the death of unions. You argued it was the death of solidarity, and I agree ideological conditions changed. I argue that who you vote in office has a huge impact on the power of unions in this country, and you denied that. You said that is not the case. So I am challenging that position.
I don't think it's the case.
Okay, so then what did I say that was a misrepresentation of your point when I went on my little spiel?
I think that you're ascribing the failure of solidarity due to the creature comforts that labor unions and labor organizations provided people, the increased wages, the ability to settle down and order a family, and generationally, people stopped giving a fuck.
Okay, but
They
I
stopped caring.
I agree with
They
agree
stopped
that
caring enough-
happened.
They
But
stopped caring enough to line up outside their store and shut it down for 2 weeks until their boss gave them a raise.
But the laws also made a difference. That's why you can see like law passed and then union membership dip right after. Like these aren't
Union
coincidences.
solidarity allowed, or the failure of union solidarity allowed those capitalistic Republican vultures to come in and slowly chip away at the rights of the working man, not the other way around. They were not the big boogeyman villain in this. It was a failure of the left to protect one another.
So
That's
what if the
still
left
going
was
on
in
here
power?
today.
What if the left was in power at the time? Then wouldn't they have not chipped in?
My contention is that there have been leftists in this country, and I think that history bears me out, that have done profound damage to the labor movement. I'm talking about two different things.
But not the
talking about
president
a
of the
political
United
class,
States of America.
And I'm talking about a class made of working people that sell their lives for cash to these big corporations and the rights they have.
You keep using this evocative language, but we're talking very specifically about which conditions led to the downfall of unions in this country, and it is just not disputed in any circle that laws passed by Reagan massively hurt unions in this country because the ability for people to form...
I never disputed that. I never disputed that unions were picked apart by laws.
I believe you did.
Problem that I have from you is, in your world, Republicans showed up like Snidely Whiplash because people voted wrong and went, we'll defeat these labor unionists.
No, they did exactly what they said they were going to do.
No. Here's what happened. What happened is exactly what I said. Baby boomers got comfortable. They got fat. They got happy. They sat on their union jobs, and slowly but surely shit started to change. But you know what? Who wants to upset the apple cart? Shit's good. It was a bonanza all through the fucking Clinton years.
Wait, please, wait.
Surplus.
So if we acknowledge the fact that union solidarity was on the decline and laws passed by Republicans exacerbated that decline by preying on their ideological weakness, would you not argue that if leftists or left-leaning people were in the presidency, they would not have taken advantage of that weakness in the same way that Reagan did?
Could you revise the question?
Yeah, so if we had voted for a Dem instead of Reagan back in 80 and 84, don't you think they would have not passed those laws or passed different laws that would not have so substantially damaged unions?
Are you asking me if I think it's possible if a Democratic president like a Michael Dukakis or something would have signed any legislation that hurt unions? The answer is absolutely yes.
Would they have done as bad as Reagan?
And here we are again. It's always this. See, everything. All our disagreements, Vosh, come back to this lesser of two evil things. This such a poison.
All politics is lesser of two evils. A revolution is lesser of two evils.
Right. I understand. I understand where it stands, but the elemental nature of that fucking disagreement hobbles us as leftists.
No, it's not. It's not hard to just vote every 4 years. This is indisputable in liberal circles.
I never said it is, man. In fact, I told you earlier how easy it was for me to vote. I was a California kid. I signed up for a fucking absentee ballot. I sat down for 15 minutes and went, check, threw it in the mail, postage paid, and I was done.
Okay. So again, do you acknowledge that voting in better presidential candidates would make it less likely that legislation damaging to unions would be passed?
Do I believe? Okay, one more time.
Do you believe voting in better candidates than Reagan, more left-leaning ones, would have decreased the likelihood of damaging legislation to unions having been passed?
Possibly.
Okay.
So I won't say for an absolute certainty that that's the case, but I'll say possibly.
Okay, so voting then for the right candidate can allow us to better build unions and direct action, which are the real mechanisms of change.
Possibly.
Okay, so if there's a chance that participating in the electoral process allows us to better bolster ourselves in a non-electoral sense, would it not be preferable to direct energy towards voting for those candidates, however minute that energy may be?
From your perspective, yes.
Wait, what? How do we jump from you agreeing to it being from my perspective?
Because we jumped from two very agreeable subjects to one that I don't agree with.
Wait, but doesn't it logically follow that if doing a thing does good in the way you want to do good, that you should probably do that thing?
If that thing is doing incremental good, that is not going to help us prepare.
But it will. We just acknowledged it will, because the incremental good will increase the likelihood of us being able to engage in direct action, like unions.
I mean, I think that what's stopping us from engaging in direct action is just doing it. Like, I know that sounds simple, but
it does. It sounds simplistic to the point of absurdity.
Because it feels to me like you're giving me some woo-woo that, like, if we elect Joe Biden, all of a sudden this fairy dust will fall over.
I'm giving you woo-woo, and you just said we just need to do it? Everything that I'm saying can be verified through the actual ideological trends of Americans following the election of different candidates and the laws that they passed. You're the one saying we should just do it. Good.
How's that system worked out
good.
For the average?
We aren't good. Yes.
Good.
Yes. It's worked better than not doing anything.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Bernie Sanders' participation has led to millions of people going further to the left. Pretty much every single good law we have in this country has been brought about for direct action being done by protesters and union leaders and socialists and anarchists that were only allowed to do what they did because they weren't operating under a fascist government that would have just had them shot in the streets. Everything good in this country is done by people who fight and accept the fact that there are no guarantees and we aren't going to fix everything in one go. But that suffering, the process of engaging with the system, is what defines a good political act. And I will not abstain from these processes just because a politician could be lying or because it's not enough or because I have to put my name on a document that the government owns.
I tried to be clear with you earlier, and maybe my argument style has, because I feel an antagonism that I don't think it needs to be there. And I'm not accusing you of yelling. I've been doing my fair share of yelling at you, but I think ultimately, earlier on, I tried to make it a point to tell you that I'm not here to try and convince you or any of your followers to follow in my footsteps. I'm not starting some drop out and fucking who cares, don't vote moment. If that's where you want to put your fucking energy, I don't live in your fucking shoes. And I wouldn't want you living in mine.
I wish I wasn't putting energy into this, by the way. I wish this, because this is like a done deal. Like, mathematically.
It's sad to me that you feel that way. It's sad to me that you feel that way because 40% of Americans agree with me. Not necessarily agree with everything that I've said tonight, but agree with the fact that it's not worth voting in this fucking stupid, completely top to bottom corporate owned system.
And like half of Americans don't believe in evolution. I don't think throwing in your lot with a majority is a bunch of a defense of your argument.
All right. I wasn't trying to make a grand fucking defense of my argument with that statement, Vosh. I was just telling you that, like, look, there's a lot of people that, and that seems to be something you have a hard time with. There's a lot of people that don't vote that think the same way that I do.
But that's not
and are just as obstinate as I am. And I know that you think that I've just thrown a bunch of political woo at you or whatever, because I refuse to believe that we have time for incremental change.
So what's your alternative?
A collapse.
We can't collapse. We can't make it collapse.
So you remember? Do you remember? I think we could, but we'll talk about that in a second. You remember earlier in our fucking conversation when we talked about a future where people could move wherever they wanted, a future where in order for that to happen, capitalism has to die. In order for capitalism has to die, or in order for capitalism to die, we're going to have to take that power. Now, we can do it now, or we can do it 30 years down the road when we're further under the thumb. I'm an advocate for now.
But if we do it now, we lose. Socialism does not replace capitalism if we collapse right now.
See, that's why I'm not an advocate for socialism. That's not why I'm out here trying to get people to think about socialism.
Wait, but the white beach that you want isn't going to happen if we collapse right now. An authoritarian government is going to take its place, and you're going to be assigned a state, if you're not executed, you're going to be assigned a state apartment where you will be forced to produce children and work until you die at 82.
Okay. I mean, if I'm being fanciful with my idea, that's just as fanciful, my friend.
Wait.
This dystopia that you're putting forth is possible.
What do you think will happen if we collapse right now?
What?
What do you think will happen if we collapse right now? If you don't care if it's socialism that comes after, then are you even looking for a better world, or are you just mad at the one that exists now?
Why would you? Have you listened to anything I've said tonight, dude?
I have. So, but you just said you don't care if it's socialism that comes after.
Did you just accuse me A dude that spent like fucking 30 minutes rambling about how he wants to live in a world where there's no capital at all and people can live wherever the fuck they want, of having no vision.
I'm sorry. So let me clarify, and I apologize if I misrepresented you. You said we need to break capitalism. The system should collapse now. And then I said, if the system collapses now, socialism will not be what comes from the rubble. And you said, that's why I'm not a socialist. Which is what, from my interpretation, that was you saying you don't actually care what happens after the system collapses.
No, that's not true. I just don't think that socialism is the best system to advocate for.
Then what do you think will happen?
The crony capitalist, vulture capitalist paradigm that we have now.
Then what?
A resource-based economy. Something like Jacques Fresco's Venus Project. Look, if I have one flaw, Vosh, and maybe it's weird that it took this long for us to get to it, I'm a futurist on top of everything else.
But you want a revolution to happen now?
Yes.
But we aren't going to get that.
Because we don't have time to build this Star Trek utopia if we all burn out like a fucking cinder in the darkness here because we refuse to stop belching carbon into the atmosphere.
That's like saying we don't know if our boat's going to make it to shore before the waves upturn us. Let's light our boat on fire. Just because we don't know if we're going to be able to make it far enough doesn't mean that we should break the system that exists now. You don't know that anything better will come from it.
That's also like being on the fucking deck of the Titanic with a pair of binoculars and seeing icebergs up ahead and going, you know what? Let's turn back and go to port.
You're looking to break the system faster than me, so you have to have a better alternative at the end of it.
I do? That's my sole job as one human being. I've got to be the great fucking thinker that comes up with the next good idea. That doesn't necessarily have to be socialism. It's got to be me. Otherwise, I can't advocate for the positions I advocate for.
If you're advocating we break down the system that exists now, you can't just throw your arms up in the air and go like, well, whatever happens next happens next. Yeah, a revolution in this country would lead to the death of tens of millions of people with a severe risk of an authoritarian government to take power afterwards. You would better have a really good plan to replace what we have now, or you're just gambling on the lives of tens of millions for something that is probably going to be worse than what we have now.
I'm not gambling anything. No revolution is going to start because fat ass, dumbass, stoner ass PaulsEgo said we should start sooner rather than later fighting, and that maybe voting for doddering old Biden, who's going to keep that status quo chugging along, ain't the best fucking thing to do.
You can't back off your ideas by saying that you don't have the power to unilaterally implement them. I know I can't unilaterally implement socialism, but I will defend socialism.
When I see these riots happening, you want to know what my heart of heart hopes?
Yeah?
I hope it's coming to a theater near you and me. I hope that this doesn't stop. I hope that the fucking machinery is wounded to the point where it has to come to the table. And I hope that at that point, the people negotiate a better fucking deal for themselves.
What better deal?
What do you mean, what better deal?
Right now, I can tell you how to negotiate a better deal within Biden's cabinet. How will we negotiate a better deal through that?
Maybe we're just talking about different degrees of better deal. You're talking about a better deal that exists in a paradigm that continues to exploit the fucking third world and cut down the fucking rainforest.
What are you offering?
I'm offering the idea. You know what, dude? Here's a fanciful idea. You know how this stuff is spread to some fucking places outside of the United States?
Mm-hmm.
What about a global revolution that happens?
What about it?
What about the chaos that ensues?
What about it? What if all these governments just turn fascist afterwards? That tends to happen after revolutions.
You think that the people that are left that suffered under those fascist systems are going to stand idly by?
Historically, yes. Yes, that does happen. Yeah, when people are scared, they don't turn towards mutual aid. They turn towards a strong man that will secure them.
Okay. What if that strong man had your principles?
They tend not to, because I'm not a strong man. I believe in democracy. They can't. Okay. A strong man can't have my principles.
What if there were more strong men or men that could be strong men like you that existed than there were country-ass rednecks?
Then we better wait 30 or 40 more years to make sure that's the case by engaging in electoral policies that lead to more leftists in this country. Right now, there are not more leftists than non-leftists in this planet.
That's because they don't know a better way. See,
yeah, so we educate them. That takes time.
we're both on the same page with that, my friend.
Yeah, so we vote in people who will address our failing education system. We show people that worker co-ops are a viable form of economic organization by investing in them and passing legislation that will allow for them to be developed. Yeah, we educate people, but we need to do it through the system, because if we work without the system right now, all we're going to get is a one-way ticket to fascism.
That's part of your educational program. It's not part of that.
I feel like, and this is just the impression that I'm getting, I feel like you glorify conflict, but you don't care what happens afterwards. Because every time I ask you for a specific change that you could ensure would happen, you can't provide one to me.
Okay, while we're sharing things about each other that we feel like that misrepresent each other's positions, possibly, I feel like you're kind of a fucking what would we call him, like a fucking faux revolutionary, or what, like a LARPer?
Yeah, you know what really bugs me? I care deeply about the revolution. I care very much about the abolition of the commodity form, the end of capitalism. So I'm like, okay, wait, really quickly, because I just what I think is like, okay, let's think. Revolutions are difficult, they're complicated, politics is tough. Let's think of the best possible route that we can get to moving people in a direction where this revolution would succeed. And then I turn around to my leftist comrades and I'm like, hey guys, isn't this a good plan? And they're like, liberal. I'm actually going to do my own revolution. I'm going to take this hammer and I'm going to smash my greasy cock and balls. And they start smashing their greasy cock and balls. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? That's not how you... And they're like, you fucking liberal. This is how you do it, you stupid piece of shit. This is how I feel.
Am I that?
Yeah.
Am I a dude smashing his cock and balls?
A little bit. Yes, your greasy cock and balls a little bit. Yeah.
Hold on, dude. After the conversation that we just had,
we care about the same values, but your way of getting to those values in the real world is nonsensical to me.
Isn't that how leftists are smashing our own cock and balls, letting something like a disagreement on the method get in the way and tear two people like you and I apart?
Letting something like I'd say an adherence to practicality matters a lot.
I know. I believe so too. That's why I'm advocating so passionately for my position as you are yours. And you know what, dude? You may feel like I haven't represented my position satisfactorily to you. And I expected that coming into this. I feel the same fucking way, dude. I feel the same fucking way.
I'm not trying to impugn you personally, but I'm asking you directly for like... Right. It's not an antagonism thing, but I'm trying to ask you directly for ways that you could try to build the world that you want, and all I'm getting is, what if we do a revolution faster?
Okay, all right. You want to talk about like the ways things could be rebuilt?
Yeah, what is your road to revolution? Because right now, from my perspective, if we have one right now, we go fascist. This country is not ready for a post-capitalist government, and most of the world isn't either. Most of the world right now is trending to the right.
Okay. Most of the world's governments are trending to the right. I would argue that most of the world's people trend to the left, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Depends on the country.
Let me ask you a question, Wash.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. You know what, dude? My head is so filled. What is the ultimate point we're driving at here?
I think...
What are we driving at here as two leftists, as two dudes that got a lot of fucking vim and vigor, and both of us got balls, and both of us got audiences, and we're out here preaching for the same kind of fucking world. I was going to try and poke holes in that with you, and I'm just thinking, Vaj wouldn't... I could sit here and tell you all the things that I would love to have and how humanity might build a society that works that way. Like, I think that if things fail hard enough, that there might be almost a religious lore around the collapse that I'm talking about. So you and I might have different ideas about degrees of collapse. I know for a fact that tens and tens and tens of millions of people will die in the shitstorm that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And the blood will not be on the hands of leftists like you or I. It will be on bootlickers, and it will be on capitalist supporters and people that helped to prop up the status quo of capitalism that is slowly but surely ratcheting up this fucking crazy tension that has two leftists sitting here going, you're doing it the wrong way. Well, you're doing it the wrong way. Look, I'm not saying your arguments boil down to that. You've made great arguments tonight. I still don't agree with you.
I know. I need a plan. Just saying we want a revolution isn't a plan. It's an ideological commitment. When I think I want a revolution, that's not the end of my statement. I think I want a revolution that wins. It's not enough to just have one.
Let me get tree hugger on you for a second. And this might be fanciful, but I think if we're talking about the same kind of collapse, we're talking about everything falls apart and the people have to rebuild from pretty much scratch. Some of the technology is there, but as far as structure, it's not there. And they have to decide, right? What are we going to do? I think it is possible that your future comes to pass. I think it's possible that a strong man comes along and starts promising the return to capitalistic love and everybody just pay this and pay that. And pretty soon at the end of it, when we rebuild, we've got some form of capitalism in place and it's still torturing us all. I also think that it is possible that there's an almost religious, dogmatic aversion towards capitalism if shit goes down the right way. Because think about what people are going to learn, Vosh,
I don't think that's
when
true.
the fucking bottom falls out of this motherfucker. Think about it. When all the institutions that they spent their whole lives sucking the dick of and supporting and going to work, and I broke my goddamn back, man. And when there's nobody, when they realize that at the end of it, when shit gets so bad, those of us that have are going to pack up their shit and go to an island somewhere, and they're going to leave the rest of us here to eat each other. And you know what? After that happens, there might be a total aversion in the people who are left to any idea that involves one man gaining more capital over another, or one man having private ownership of the river or the forest or the land.
The only people who could recognize the fault of the civilization that just collapsed was capitalism are leftists, and there are very few leftists in our country right now. A Democrat or a Republican, a typical centrist voter, is not going to like see America fall and think like, oh yes, the private acquisition of capital is clearly what's responsible for that. No. They're not. They're going to think, Democrats are going to think it was Trump, and the Republicans are going to think it was immigrants or brown people. No. People are not. People need class consciousness before they are capable of meaningfully bringing about revolutionary conditions. And education is the way to that. Right now, we are not in that position. I'd be willing to bet maybe 3 or 4% of this country is meaningfully class conscious. And the rest of them are just dumb sheep who are being led around by whatever facsimile of the system they think is least reprehensible. I don't think that's enough.
I'm not saying you're this person, Vosh, but I've heard other people with similar positions that you have. You know what? Comrades, listen. Keep your powder dry. There will be a time in the future. You know what? I'm not comparing you to these people, so please don't take offense. But redneck ass Republican people do it the same thing. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a time, boys. One of these days, they're going to elect one too many black men to one too many high off, or you know what I mean, or whatever it is.
Yeah, fuck yeah, yeah, absolutely. The right spirit, wrong ideas. Yeah,
I'm not saying you're that, but you know what? I've found about that time. I've heard a lot of tough talk from a lot of rednecks. I grew up around that shit. It was a real problem. I'm very lucky to have come out the other end of it just as crazy as I am, and a leftist, I think, defensively. So. But I grew up around a bunch of real Republican redneck types, and they were doing it then, and they're doing it now because there's never been anyone that interceded educationally in their lives in a way that actually pointed out the psychological dissonance of being an American, of defending a fucking system that's grinding you to dust in front of your own eyes for just enough to get by.
But I'm in favor of the education. That's what my channel does.
So am I.
But we need time.
Okay, how much?
At least another generation or two. We're not even close right now. We may not live to see a revolution, but I would much rather die in a capitalist hellhole knowing the powder keg has been lit than live to see a revolution fail because we tried to kick it off while 3% of the population actually cared about capitalism and socialism.
I agree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with that. And look, if it was apparent to you that I was calling for everybody to just do it right now with no thought and no process and no coming together as leftists to decide anything, if I made that impression on you, I'm sorry. It's just that I think I overestimate the amount of time that you're talking about, because the type of change that you're describing to me may be attainable in 100 years, 200 years, when the oceans are complete acid and 99.9% of all large ocean fish are dead and belly up, and there are no longer any salmon in any fucking river in the wild.
But the alternative won't be any faster. Hold on,
places that used to be verdant with fucking orange groves and nut trees and grapes, like it won't even grow anymore. The desertification of the planet in some areas, and the constant retreat of the fucking water lines, et cetera, Vosh.
In the meantime, there's no preferable alternative. There's no button that we can press to fix climate change. Even if America revolted right now, the majority of the greenhouse gases are being produced by the rest of the world at this point. China is nowhere near a revolution because they're authoritarian and they know how to control their population, which is an idea that our country might start to come to if we don't make sure to vote those fuckers out of office. We need to take whatever time it is necessary to build a class consciousness in our country to make sure we do the revolution right. Because if we don't, and we revolt, and 10 years later it's the same autocratic dipshits ruling this country, except they call themselves viziers or emperor supremes, they're going to go right back to destroying the environment without any ecological considerations, because they don't give a fuck about the future.
If the people that are living in the smoldering ruins of capitalistic fucking fervor let the same fucking people come back and take their asses again, then I guess that's what we deserve as human beings.
Yeah, because we're not educated. Most of the population is politically uneducated. We don't have civics or sociological classes in high school. Most of the population is disenfranchised. People don't realize the government is capable of working for them. There are things we can do to disposition people towards that mindset that is revolutionarily viable. We can move people there. I have a lot of faith in the American people, but we need to make sure the conditions are ripe.
I do too. I have a lot of faith in the American people too. I also am the type of person that feels like, I don't know, and I may be wrong about this, but I just don't think we've got a generation or two. You said a generation or two is what we need to really start building this revolutionary spirit in people, where we're ready to accept the problem and point at the real villain here. We both agree who the villain is. I don't think we have that time. I don't think we have 100 years.
Unless your way does better, it isn't better.
Right, but at least with our last gasps, we tried, and the people that come after it will see the damage that it did to this earth, and the few little pockets of people that managed to fucking eke out an existence will probably have some kind of fucking tribal lore about what came before and how the fucking world was destroyed.
I think this is why people call you like a doomer, kind of, because like the most charitable interpretation of what you just said was immediate revolution, whatever, don't care if it succeeds. If it does, great. If it doesn't, hopefully the tribal humans that come in the wastelands 3,000 years from now will have some sort of religious... Okay, I'd like to base my political advocacy on a little bit more than that, ideally.
That's fine. I'm not, and your insinuation that my entire political advocacy is
but that specific argument is literally like, well, if we fuck up, I hope the tribes have a religion about respecting the ocean or something. Like,
I hope they fucking do. I hope they fucking do.
I hope we don't have tribes. I hope we survive.
This incremental fucking approach that you're advocating for doesn't work. And the capitalists and owner class don't give over their buttholes to you. And the time that you're talking about, Vosh, never comes. I hope the tribe that's left of humanity, if we're lucky enough for there to be enough to call it a tribe, has a fucking religion that includes not shitting in the ocean, not shitting on each other with oppressive forms of hierarchical fucking slavery.
Primitivist governments trend towards oppression because it's easier to build a society with a top-down leadership. That's why we see authoritarian breakouts throughout, like, the Middle East, because it's much easier to default.
I do not think that concept is as highbrow as it's being presented here.
Maybe
I think that your average fucking person could be explained that concept very fucking simply and might even come to it on their own.
I'm not saying that incrementalism will give us the buttholes of the capital owners. I'm saying that we need to take time to build up a revolutionary vanguard so a revolution will succeed and won't just be throwing human civilization into a fire in a failed effort to prevent climate disaster that was going to happen anyway.
No matter how many fucking, no matter how prepared your revolution, which happens, by the way, at whatever time it happens, no matter how prepared they are, you better believe you're going to set some motherfucking fires too. This is not going to be compassionate, whether it goes my way or yours. There's going to be blood in the fucking streets. And you know what? Maybe an insurmountable foe too. Maybe an insurmountable foe.
But I'm not against political violence as a concept. I keep saying, like, I'm fine with revolution. We just need to be able to win it before I'll advocate for it. Why would I advocate for a revolution I know I'll lose?
When they have the nukes and they have the Hellfire missiles strapped to the drones that can see your fucking house from space, basically.
The soldiers are proletarian. We can reach them. There are leftist comrades right now who are in Afghanistan. We can reach these people too. A generation or two. Imagine a revolution and the military refuses to intervene. We can do it. We're capable of it.
I believe that. I believe that we could be. You want to know how crazy I am? I believe we could be one species on this planet, governed by a body that we all agree on. I don't know what form it takes. I believe that. Yeah. I believe that a new culture could be born from something like that, Vosh, that doesn't disrespect currently existing cultures, but that folds those beautiful things into something new. I believe in that.
We need the right material conditions. We need the right ideological conditions. I can't. A revolution now, just like if when you're defending the idea of immediate revolution, you concede to the idea that we might just lose and all of civilization ends, and you hope the tribal societies that come after do better than us. I think that's a pretty strong argument in favor of the practicality of my case.
Right, I'm going to do what I believe is right here. All right. Okay. I concede this point to you. You are more than likely correct that now is not the fucking time. All right. Now, I hate that I've done this. This may seem like, whew, finally you just accepted common sense, but you have to understand this is hard won for me. And I'm not even conceding, the entirety of my belief system to you, but you're right. Now is probably not the time for the fucking shit to be torn down. And there may be some way for dudes like you and me and other people on the left to educate people a little bit.
I hope you understand.
At that point, I also open myself up to my own fucking criticism that I may be leading people down the primrose path and leading people headfirst into ecological collapse with no real preparedness for that. I may be doing. I really feel like that much fucking rides on it.
I hope you understand that I will never feel like a personal antagonism with somebody who shares my goals. Like it's not.
It can feel that way, and not just because of you. Not just because of you. It's because this bickering on the left has been going on since I was a fucking dude your age, and I'm so sick of it, dude. And I hate to be engaging in it with you, because I don't think that you and I disagree on the outcomes, and I don't think we disagree on the fucking villain here, man. And I'm, whatever. My mind ain't changed. Neither is yours. But fuck, who cares? Is there not room for disparate thought on the left at a time when the world is fucking crumbling, dude? Because if there's not, count me the fuck out. Then I do give up. Then I am the doomer that people call me. Then I will start just going, well, fuck it.
I don't have anything against ideological differences, but it will always remain my responsibility to challenge ideas I think are counterproductive or irresponsible.
I respect it. I respect that.
No matter what my personal feelings are to the people I speak with, however positive they may be.
I respect the position and would mirror it from my side too. And if I came off like I was badgering you or your audience or people that believe like you in any way, it was not my intention to do so. Especially if you're a leftist or a comrade or whatever we're calling each other these days, whatever the new lingo is.
I've heard it's all liberals in my chat, but I'm sure the few lefties will appreciate the sentiment. I'm joking. No, seriously. Oh man, that was a pretty. Oh, they're all hearting you, by the way. So that's.
Oh, that's good. Well, thank you guys.
Pretty protracted conversation.
It was. I'm sorry it went so long. I apologize to hold you captive for
so long.
No.
I'm really glad you suggested we start talking earlier. I wouldn't have traded up a single second of this conversation. Though I have wanted to pee for quite a long time now, and I commend myself and my personal strength for sticking it through and not pausing.
Go for it, dude.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you'd like to end things up with me so you can kind of close out the show, we can just do that now and you can go piss.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to closing up. So with that being said, thank you very much for coming on. It's one of the best discussions I've had in a long time. I really appreciate it. And thank you for giving us more, what's the right term? Not constructive, more, thank you for allowing us to talk about the riots and the associated political conditions in a way other than just looking at Twitter clips. There awesome. We go.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for being on the right side of history despite our disagreements on how we get there.
Likewise.
All right, man.
Hey, have a wonderful. Thank you, and I hope we can talk again in the future. And trans rights.
Same here. I'll say it too. Trans
There
rights.
you go. Yeah, my audience
what do
gets
I need-
real stickler for that one. Yeah.
What do I need to say, man? Yeah.
No,
trans
you did.
rights.
No, you nailed it. No, they liked it.
Yeah.
They're happy.
I hope that was apparent in in the way that I feel. But absolutely, trans people. I love them.
It was. Thank you, and have a wonderful day. Okay.
You too. Bye.
Bye. No dual Vosh today. One of me is enough. Thank you. Oh. Whew. Oh, man. Paul is a really, really good dude. I'm glad I had that conversation, but man, that was draining. Whew. I don't think Paul was bad faith in the slightest, not even slightly. It's obvious that Paul and I disagree on some stuff, but I think it's pretty clear that Paul sincerely believes everything that he was talking about. Oh. Imagine that's you in 20 years. I'm not a fan of the circle glasses. Those? But yeah. I'm not a fan of wearing them myself. I think they look good on him. Oh, man. I kind of felt like Destiny in that. I felt a little bit Destiny-esque, you know what I mean? I don't know if I like that. But I stand by everything. I stand by everything that I said. I think, yeah, I think, yeah. No, I stand by the things that I said, yeah. I'm comfortable with, I guess, my position. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pee and then we're going to go over donations. I love you guys. Also, we hit 5.7 thousand people watching during this. That's really incredible. I'm really glad you guys enjoyed this. I mean, I assume. Thank you. I'll be right back. Oh, it's a Dungeon Meowster. See? That's what the shirt says. Look, I'm all gray today. Yo! Check out this baby. Camera's a little high up today, huh? Hello. He was sleeping. He was sleeping on the bed when I went in the bedroom, and then when I opened the bathroom door to pee, the light shined in, and he got up off the bed, yawned, and then walked over to the tiny square of light and then yawned and tried to sit down. But I had to close the bathroom door so he doesn't attack the toilet. So I had to close it, and then the sun went away and he's sad and I had to pick him up. He attacks the toilet? He attacks everything. He's so sleepy. Look at him fucking flomped in my hands. Look at him. Bastia is here for your law advice. Oh shit, Bastia, can I talk to you for 5 minutes? Be free, baby. Go. Find a sunspot. Yes. Go. Bastiat, it's a question you should be able to answer. And then we'll go over donos.
Wait, hang.
What?
In like 15, should I start some chicken?
Ah, fuck yes. Wait. Yes.
Since it's like a half hour.
Yeah, load me the fuck up. Give me them Tyson's air-fried chicken strips.
Okay.
With 75% less fat than regular chicken strips. Where did the notable badge go? The notable badge still exists, but for some reason the notables' names aren't blue anymore. I need to find a way to fix that. Bastion, I'm calling you right now. I love my job. Howdy.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing wonderfully. I had a quick question for you.
Not sure I can hear you.
Oh, I had a quick question for you. Oh, you okay?
Sorry, just a second.
No worries.
Okay, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh no.
Super annoying.
Oh no.
Isn't hearing you.
Is it me or is it you, Bastiat? We can hear you.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Okay.
Can we do
should
it?
be good now. Okay, how's it going?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry about
Nice. Can I ask you a quick question?
that. Yeah, sure.
It's regarding the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Oh, sure. Although I have to tell you, I don't really know much about criminal law.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll just see if this this is pertinent. Okay.
Okay.
So, I had a debate recently with a guy, and we were talking about Ahmaud Arbery. I made the argument that the two men who killed Ahmaud Arbery, I guess three, including the cameraman, they were not acting within the limitations of Georgia's citizens arrest law, which only allows them to engage in a citizens arrest to A, prevent them from leaving a scene of a crime, or B, a crime which they directly saw or have immediate knowledge of. Neither of which are the case, because of course the only evidence that has been used post hoc to justify his execution was them trying to arrest him over them entering a construction site like a month ago from security footage that they wouldn't have had access to until after his death. So basically, from everything involving the Georgia statute regarding citizens arrest, it was not legal. However, the guy I was debating said, well, there's also British common law to take into consideration. And then he linked an article where it said that the Georgia statute of citizens arrest law stems from British common law. So I ask you, Bastiat, a lawyer, is British common law some magical superseding Uber law that just allows people to do things that would be illegal under state law?
It's kind of interesting, actually, that you mentioned this, because you were just talking about revolution, all that, right? And, you know, we had a revolution in this country. It wasn't particularly revolutionary, perhaps, compared to the one you were just discussing, but it was a revolution of sorts. And after the revolution, they, they had to decide, okay, well, we're starting from scratch. How much law are we going to keep from Britain, right? I mean, sure, we want to, we want representation, we want to Congress and all that, but are we going to throw out a tort law? Well, maybe not. So I know in Florida, for example, there's a law that says a pro-American Revolution. The folks in the chat, I'm not trying to talk down.
I've seen your tweets. You're my favorite liberal, Bastiat. You know that? You respect the right to revolution enshrined in the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, wouldn't say anything less. The country was founded on it. But as far as that goes, at least in Florida, and I think other states have this too, there is a law that says that basically when we inherit everything from prior to 1776, and then we keep that which we haven't already contravened or amended or put new law over, right? Now, I don't know really what's left of prior to 1776. You know, I don't know really what's left that we haven't had new law or new cases to deal with. In the early days of the American Republic, there were citations to British law in our cases because we didn't have a lot to go on. But now in American cases, you rarely see foreign jurisdictions cited. It just doesn't happen. So I'd have to look more into British common law, as it were, to know what he's referencing.
But yeah,
Georgia,
I
in my
actually
experience, I've had to look into some old cases there sometimes.
I looked it up. The current statute regarding Georgia's citizens arrest law can be dated back to 1863. That's how long it's been American law, and I have not been able to find any British common law which adopts a set of principles that would have deferred like the legality of the Aubrey citizens arrest in quotation marks there. So the person who made this claim, and mind you, cited nothing concerning actual British common law that would have contradicted the state law of Georgia, was probably talking out their ass, right?
Well, probably. Although I will say that again, the British legal tradition certainly is where the American legal tradition comes from, and I think it's pretty good, all things considered. But that said, what he's referencing, that there's some kind of this reminds me kind of sovereign citizen argument. We're like, well, the gold fringe on the flag, you know, I actually ran into this professionally. Somebody saying, you know, I'm not a citizen of the United States. I'm a citizen of the Moroccan territory of America or whatever.
My birth certificate has printed on it my name in all caps, but my real name only has a capital letter at its beginning. Clearly, this is a different legal entity. Oh, dude, the sovereign citizen memes. Oh, they're so fucking funny.
It's kind of sad because it sort of reflects, I mean, something I guess you were just talking about, kind of lack of education. We really don't have, like, there should be a lot more public education as to what people's rights are.
Mm-hmm. I think law and sociology should be like required, like 10th grade classes, like in every school in the country easily.
If you think about, for example, your Fifth Amendment right not to self-incriminate, or your right to counsel in a criminal trial, your right to talk to the police, you know, if you don't want to, and you probably watched that video by that law professor who says basically you should never talk to the police for any reason. You know, some basic education on that would really help a lot of people. Although there's the argument that if we did that, our justice system would also collapse. So, you know.
Yeah, probably. Or like anything to decline people from accepting plea bargains like 95% of the time would pretty much immediately destroy our system.
In fact, something really interesting, maybe you've seen this already. There's an article from the New York Times from some years ago that is still out there that you might want to check out, and the folks in chat might want to check out, called Go to Trial, Crash the System. They basically say if you could somehow organize people to just stop taking plea bargains, the whole criminal justice system would just fall into shambles. So I'm not
advocating for that, of course. Yeah.
I'm not saying I think it would be great if the criminal justice. It is interesting thinking about, you know, full plea bargains and maybe, you know, maybe that's something that you'd want to push back on. I mean, certainly I think one of the things that's kind of sad is now that we finally got trials to a place, like criminal trials to a place where, hey, you know, juries are not racist in the way they were in the past. There's much more fair selection. Evidence is a lot more thorough. People's rights are a lot clearer. Now we just don't really do trials anymore compared to what we used to have. We just have so many bargains.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a better system now. Now we don't even need to fucking get people on jury duty. Like, that shit sucks, you know? We've streamlined the process.
It's kind of sad that we're less than, I think, 1,000 civil trials in the whole state of Florida last year, which, you know,
that's actually fucking insane.
People. Yeah. But, you know, there are a lot of reasons for that. But anyway, it's something to think about. As far as British common law goes, I doubt there's much to it. And one other reason I'm very skeptical is the role of like self-defense and the involvement of the citizen. Like, I know this is a slightly different subject, but when it comes to being able to defend yourself against a violent attack, and I'm saying that's not what happened in Marbury, but suppose you're thinking about that as aiming that.
Wait, hold on. Your mic is cutting out a bit, I think. Could you switch to push to talk?
Yeah, is this any better?
Probably. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. All right. But if you think about self-defense law in the United States, you compare it to what they have in England, American self-defense law respects a lot more your right, basically, not to have to retreat,
Yeah.
especially in your own home. In English law, traditionally, you can retreat safely. You need to.
Oh, that's true.
places
If you
are-
were to defer to British common law, they would probably be way less gung-ho about citizens' arrests and your right to defend yourself in a violent situation. That would actually support my argument, even if it did exist.
I'd have to look at the specifics, but I'd be very skeptical that there's anything in British law that really does much about that.
Gotcha.
And that being said, it's you found the law. I searched a little bit too, and then you referenced that 1863 law, and it was just what you said. So it sounds like you had the relevant point.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure. This guy claimed to have 2 degrees in criminal justice, which I know are, of course, not legal degrees, but he made that claim, and he was very confident about this claim. This is something that I find it's difficult to deal with in arguments. When somebody says something that I fucking know is incorrect, but they're very confident about it, and I don't have I can't dredge up a legal text on the nature of British common law on the fly. So I basically just have to call him stupid and move on. So it's nice to have a little bit more support post-debate. Make sure the future.
I mean, typically our criminal law has been put into statute, and
we wouldn't still be referring to ancient fucking British text. It's I'm pretty sure our legal code has been more or less fleshed out at this point.
Yeah, there's still common law. Common law is still a thing, especially in civil law. But I think most criminal stuff has been statutized.
Gotcha.
To kind of coin a term. Kind of interesting though, the problem you just mentioned about somebody who's really confident but is kind of acting in bad faith or using a nonsensical source. I know Destiny mentioned that point too, where it's so frustrating when somebody is just willing to throw this stuff out with absolute confidence and just
it's really fucking annoying, but that's okay. Now that I know this, I'll just say, hey, do you mind if I say in the future, if somebody makes a crazy fucking claim, hey, do you think I could bring my lawyer friend on to really quickly dispute that?
Hey, if you can give me a little time to look something up first, because that's right now I'm not speaking with reference to sources, just out of my experience. Give me a few minutes to look something up. If I'm around, I'd be happy to do it.
Thank you, Bastian. I really appreciate that. All right, I got to end the show and read out donos. Thank you very much for coming on and clearing up confusion.
Have a good one. Take care, y'all.
Have a good one. I really like that guy. All right. Yes, the best liberal, the peak of liberalism. He's liberal, but he was out there defending the rioters and saying that there's legitimate political and legal precedent to endorsing violent action against the state in times of crisis. Hey, you know what? If we're gonna have a liberal voice here, here, hold on. Let's read some donos, huh? I love reading donos. Britmouse, the $5. Yes, we will bolster Antifa soon. And Thomas Matzer with the $5. Why do you believe confidence is a key for incel? Confidence is literally the bedrock of all successful social interactions. Are you ready for the hottest take in the world? You can get away with having no self-confidence and still having a successful social life if you're a woman. If you're not a woman, I'm sorry, Squad W, but it's true. If you're a dude, you have to have confidence because that will be the bedrock of your ability to form friendships. And what is a relationship but a friendship where you rub genitals? That's at least how I tend to think of it, No problem, Spooky Vulcan. Keep the vulgarity down around the grandparents, okay? Don't give them a heart attack. Thank you, TR, for the T4 for the $5. I really appreciate that, comrade. Nether with the $10. So the whole George Soros conspiracy is just to prime people for the JQ, right? Diet JQ for those not far down the pipeline? Yes. It's also a big QAnon thing. QAnon believes that... I think QAnon says it's the Clintons... It's the Clintons, Soros, and Saudi Arabia are funding radical leftists in America to rape children and destroy democracy or something. Thank you, Prism and Flisk, for the $5 and euros, respectively. I did not ask him about his pilonidal cyst, but he didn't ask me about my keloids. That seems fair. Daniel Bear with the $20. Thank you. Thanks for radicalizing me to a less liberal person. The pleasure is mine entirely, comrade. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Zonia with a tier 4 sub. This is due to peer pressure from Paul Resendez. Apparently yellow is all the rage. Oh, I am riding with Biden now thanks to Trump's authoritarianism. Sigh. Yeah. Oh God. Guys, can you be honest with me? Did I do fine with the PaulsEgo debate? I do think PaulsEgo is a cool dude. Just, I feel like some of the doomerisms may make it difficult to engage in practical application of leftist beliefs. Okay. All right, okay. All right. All right, just making sure. I really, really, really didn't want to do any riding with Biden shit until after the DNC convention, but this came up and PaulsEgo's like a cool dude. I'm not going to pass on talking to him, so, you know. Zonlik with a $15 surprise. Take this money. I did, and thank you. What a wonderful surprise. I'm Billy Jean, tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. Cricket Spike with the $5. How could you explain a point from the AJW debate? How would you isolate a variable without testing all related ones, i.e. if a person doesn't transition after blockers? Okay, I get this question a lot. I'm going to answer it right here, okay? Because a lot of people seem to not understand my point on this, and that's totally fine, and I'm not impugning you. I have a stats background, so let me explain this really, really quickly, okay? We're going to do a quick paint stream, okay? Let's go. All right, really quickly. Let me think. How do I illustrate this? I know I can with a flow chart. Let me think. Okay. So we have a group of people. This is the control population. These people are cisgender. They will not be transitioning. They will not be taking any hormone blockers. I know, very cringe, but they exist. A scatter plot. No, you're right, a scatter plot. Dun, 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 dun. It's a scatter plot time. Now, come on. Well, I'll do like a line plot, not a scatter plot. Okay, so let's take a look at the cisgender people. Okay, I'm going to take them as green because I don't know. That's what we're going with. We're going with the color green. Okay, and now we're going to measure bone density over time. Time will be expressed with the curvy T, as is tradition, and bone density. I really should be doing this in black, but okay. Bone density will be right there, okay? So here are the, is the bone density over time from age 0 to age 80. Now, I'm going to be making a lot of this up, but it's all in service of the point that I'm trying to illustrate. Here is bone density. The higher up, the more bone density. The lower, the less bone density, okay? We go like... and then you die. There's bone density over your lifetime, okay? So what we want to make sure is that people are matching this general arc if they take hormone blockers. Now I'm going to take trans people who take hormone blockers and transition, okay? So a trans person at 0 is going to be the same, I imagine, okay? So they're following the line, okay? And then at around 16 or so, no, earlier. I understand this is boring to some of you, but please let me do this, okay? Please, here, just fucking. Then at around 12, okay, you start taking puberty blockers and your bone density goes down. It doesn't follow the curve precisely. You have a problem. However, studies seem to show that after this initial dip, which is a worry, which is a concern, after you stop taking the hormone blockers, puberty will kick in, usually transition-oriented puberty, and your bone density will catch up to, and sometimes even exceed your peers until you die. There's a lot of really complicated data on this over the extent to which, like, what time do you take puberty blockers to correspond to what, like, bone densities. But this is the thing that seems to be borne out. It's either a little bit above or about on par. Now, I'm going to get another data point in here, okay? This data point is going to be orange. This data point is what happens if you take hormone blockers too late in your life. So obviously things start out off as normal, then they dip down. And if you wait until you're like 17 or 18, the issue is it can be very difficult to catch up to the rest of the population because you've waited too long to do so. Again, these are completely made up numbers, but this is representative of the data that I have seen. So what we seem to want is we want puberty blockers to be removed by like 14 to 15. Because if we do that, the children are still sensitive enough to hormonal reception that after we introduce those hormones to them, they will go to or even exceed the average level of bone density. Make sense? So all that really means is we want to make sure that we want to actually get off them hereabouts. Now here's the issue. What AJW was saying, what Actual Justice Warrior was saying, and I will use a black line to determine this, is that this is the correct way to use hormone blockers. Right over here, okay? What AJW was saying, what if people take hormone blockers and then right here, they realize they're not trans. They're actually cisgender. If that's the case, will they do what everyone else does? What all the other people do and have like this heightened or at least like normal bone curve? Or will they plummet and not actually recover? They won't hit that green. Well, based on the data shown, puberty blockers don't seem to really adversely negatively affect long-term bone density for people who go on to transition. The argument you would have to make is, why would not transitioning keep you from catching up? After you get off puberty blockers, you hit puberty. People going through puberty are still being pumped full of hormones, even if they aren't taking any estrogen or testosterone. So he would have to make the argument that even though there isn't really a logical reason for the path of a person who does not transition to deviate from the pink line, that it actually does. Does transitioning reduce your BD then? Well, that's the thing. Since transitioning without puberty blockers doesn't increase your bone density, why would transitioning after taking hormone blockers then increase your bone density more than just getting off puberty blockers and having regular puberty? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Maybe I can think of it as like, okay, the pink line represents everyone who takes hormone blockers and gets off them at a reasonable age, okay? And people right here who transition get a power-up called the blue rectangle, okay? Right here. And that's their transition. They transition, that's them transitioning, okay? But the issue is the blue rectangle, if taken without puberty blockers, does not increase bone density. Do you understand? This power-up doesn't increase bone density. So if the power-up doesn't increase bone density, why would people who then don't take the power-up deviate from the pink line? Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everyone? It's actually like complicated, but does that make sense to everyone? Essentially, AJW was not able to demonstrate that the introduction of transition hormones would lead to a different outcome for people who take puberty blockers and then get off them than those who did not afterwards transition. Especially since, again, transitioning doesn't increase bone density. Does that make sense? Okay, there we go. Now, mind you, it could be conceivable that there is something about transitioning that interacts with the displacement of bone density and hormones after taking puberty blockers that does lead you to skyrocket up as the pink line. But without those, you would just end up like fucked, you know? But no data for that has been provided, and AJW didn't have data for that. And I gave myriad data supporting my case, whereas he did not any his case. So that is my argument. Okay, I'm sorry. There we go. Now, people, can you guys clip that so, like, when people ask in the future? Oh, nice, G Squidman. Okay. We're past time for the show to end, so I gotta run through these donos. Cops smashing windows after they cleared out peaceful protesters in Riverside, CA. News choppers zoomed out ASAP. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Watch this car.
To make sure that anybody who may be, that's right.
Yeah, does that look like looters to you? Yeah. Oh, we're gonna conveniently pan away. Let's zoom out because we don't want to show the cops actively destroying fucking property that they can blame on protesters.
When will President Trump condemn the violence of these police officers? Here's the link. Thank you, Vontex. I want PaulsEgo, Vosh Vidya, and Vermin Supreme in one big vibe session. Maybe one day, comrade. Thanks to Tier 2 sub. No problem, Fearful Rabbit. What are your thoughts on Anonymous coming back in support of BLM? Anonymous just makes me cringe, but I'm glad. I guess maybe it'll get some 13-year-old edgelords to be in favor of BLM, and I'm fine with that. Paul is taking this way too personally. Maybe Bob Loblong. He was a very emotive person. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Lysemia with a very generous 20 bucks. Hands up, this is a poggery. Put the pogs in chat and nobody gets hurt. Oh shit, guys. Better do what they say. Hammer time, enjoy your dicks. Alex H with the 5 bucks. They talk to me from a parallel universe? Yeah, maybe. I have to say this guy sounds a lot more reasonable than most. Yeah, I don't think that PaulsEgo is like bad or like dumb or bad faith or anything like that. I just really disagree. It's doomerism. I really disagree with his belief that there's no way to like increase the likelihood of success from within our system. Or I guess that's kind of the vibe that I got off him. Do you think most Democrats actually want change, though? In my experience, libs are only interested in feeling like a good person. Libs want food, water, shelter, reasonable prices. Capitalism will continue to not provide those things to many, many people. Most of the workers in this country continue to struggle. We will be able to move these people over if we try hard enough. Thank you, DKRNICCILR, for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. Glad you like it here. Very true, Iriko. I'll test that. Daniel Rathbun with a very generous 20 bucks. Thank you, Vosh, for keeping your spirit up during all this pessimism. At the end of all of it, if capitalism brings about global warming and begins to burn us all to death, we will have each other. That is true. I will always, always, always have you guys. Boris gets a parking ticket? Oh, no. These are like the degree of abstraction here. The mask was the whole face. The degree of abstraction here is truly something else. This reminds me of the surreal memes subreddit. I love your shit. You're an artist. Sorry, Boris. One day. That's true, Kingfish. Yeah, PaulsEgo stopped voting after what Obama did. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Vosh cringe with the 10 bucks. Avatar: The Last Airbender is the greatest piece of Western animation ever made. Nothing has even come close to treating Asian culture with such respect and care. Not true. Did you see that one episode of Guns, Sex, and Robots, or Death, Sex, and Robots, where there was an Asian lady and she had tattoos and she was really hot and she had her titties out? That was a pretty respectful depiction of Asian culture. Bubblegum, thank you for the tier 1 sub, comrade. And very true, Ashobi. Holy shit! Mike C with the $100 donation. Thank you, comrade. That is incredibly fucking kind of you. Jesus Christ, long-time watcher. Nice. Thank you. Fuck. What about Gurren Lagann? Gurren Lagann isn't a depiction of Eastern culture. It is Eastern culture. Wait, did part of the dono get cut off? Hold on. Let me make sure. No, no, no. Before you, I used to feel like Paul. After watching you and recently learning how the wrongs behind burning your bus, you've shown me the error of my ways. Now I feel disgusted after hearing how Paul thinks and how I very once felt the same. Well, hey, if you change, maybe Paul will one day as well. And it's not a condemnation of Paul as a person. I just think there are some intellectual tendencies that are counterproductive to meaningful change and I'm glad I have an opportunity to I don't know, challenge some of those ideas. But that's it. Nothing too fancy. Thank you, comrade. Drunken peasants are a bunch of burnt-out assholes. They might be those things, but I still think they're pretty great. YouTube chat has been united behind puffins. Good. Death to all puffins. Okay, clearly YouTube chat is not united behind that. Paragon Creative with the $50. Thank you, Jesus. Vosh, thank you for being a voice of reason and intelligence, and most importantly, online culture fluency. We need it on the left more than ever now. Yeah, probably. Need lots of young Zoomers able to navigate this space. Oh man, I'm going to have to read through these a little bit faster, I worry. Nooberific with the $10. Paul wants to collapse this shit. Pretty easy for him to say when he makes money talking shit. I dare him to say that to my face. He would need an ambulance. I will not facilitate combat between the two of you, but if you want to go track him down and find him and fight him, then that is your legal right. It's actually not your legal right. That's illegal. You can't do that. Michael T with the $15. We've all bonded through the struggle session. You're a trooper, Vosh. You're helping the revolution. Oh, shucks. Come on now. I'm just having fun at my computer. Hamilton with the 5. Paul smashed his greasy cock and balls in this debate. True! Mask off and prim Paul. Yeah, seriously. I think what Paul has shown is the problem with non-Marxist leftism. It really feels like Paul, so it feels sad. I really like Paul, so it feels sad, man. Oh, don't impugn him personally. But yeah, I do think this is one of the reasons why Marxism is very, very, very necessary. No links, guys. We're over time anyway. He missed that when we start and lose a revolution right now. The left will be seen as the evil warmonger in future generations, and also the left wouldn't be anymore. Very true. If the left pops the fuck off and tries to collapse the civilization like immediately without public support, if we're quelled, there won't be a leftist revolution for another fucking 200 years. Sake Tanuki with the $20. I've seen less LARPing at the Maryland Renaissance Fair. Is TJ Kirk the only one who can articulate a solid non-Biden voting viewpoint? No one can, comrade. Nobody can up front against me. That's why Kyle Kalinske backed down. Whew. Now, seriously though. Sorry, I'm not... Oh my god, Paul! Jesus. I'm teasing, of course. I just like debate. You know how it is. Maybe Imperial General, yeah. Jeez. One mo. Duke Beardsley with the $10. That could have ended worse, but good God, this is indicative of the empty revolution of Gen X. Yeah, don't get burnt out, folks. Take care of yourselves, okay? No guarantees. A Space Whale with the very generous Tier 4 sub. First stream I managed to catch in ages. Anyway, have some money, and thanks for giving me the mental tools to stay off the doomer train. Also, pee-pee poo-poo. Very true, comrade. A pee-pee poo-poo a day keeps the doomer urges away. You know how it is. Yeah, maybe Posh Panda. But everyone has doomer vibes at some point in their life. Even I have. Thank you. Have you seen this? What is this? Now this is the public representation that I need. This is what I'm talking about right now. Twitch, where are you at? Absolutely. Fuck yes. Print that out and pin it on my wall. What a great picture of me, too. They really they got the dono, they got my cat, they got Artemy fucking trying to kill me. What a beautiful day. There you go. Go crazy, guys. Thank you, obscure leftist. Thank you, the irritating example. Nicely done shoveling those rocks for an elderly Jehovah's Witness. Made $20 for 45 minutes of good labor. That's a pretty good rate. Thank you. I like Meatloaf with the $5. Jesus Christ, Vosh, I feel like every time you stand, you're about to sing Magic Dance while holding that crystal ball with that bulge of yours. It's just joggers. My dick just shows in them. Don't make me self-conscious every time I stand up. You'll see my greasy cock and balls through the fucking clothes I wear. Peasant Supreme with the $20. Paul's probably not a bad guy. We just want to give him the hope pill. We're going to white pill everyone, comrade. Remember, the white pill is hope. The white pill is not white nationalism, okay? That's a whole other thing. Don't conflate it. Yes, we do need to talk about crystal ball, Stoops. We absolutely do. Thank you, Unconquered Bruja. I really appreciate the $5. His motto is bringing on the nukes. Yeah, Daniel Lannister. I'm sure Posadas John appreciated that. Just caught up on the discussion. I am a military comrade. Goddamn right you are, Crimson Drummer. Stay woke. Prog Rock Brony with the $10. The main thing I got from him was climate anxiety. He believes there's not enough time. It's frustrating because you agree there's not enough time, but that our only option is to educate. Yeah, remember, just because you're running out of time doesn't mean you can do something that is immediate but doesn't work, you know? You can't go like, oh, dude, our car is almost out of gas. I don't know if we're going to make it to the gas station. Okay, what if we lit the back seat on fire? Like, the flames will make it go faster, you know? Like, I don't know. JV Drum with the $10. Thanks for hosting this Vosh. New to your content, longtime DFF and PaulsEgo fan, but I will sub and look forward to more content and trans rights. Fuck yeah, comrade. Really glad that you enjoyed the content. I had a really great time with it. Honestly, PaulsEgo was a fantastic person to talk with. True. The irritating example of pessimist and Daniel Lannister. Thank you all so goddamn much for the $5. Sorry, I'm reading a little quick. Just it's been we're a little over time. Keyford with $5. Hey Vosh, how do you explain trans validity to someone who keeps screaming biology? If somebody doesn't want to believe that sex and gender are different things, there's not very much you can do to help them. Tony Torres with the $5. Did you see Dr. Carlin's response to your take on worker co-ops?
Okay,
yeah, we
so
might have
I'm
actually
hesitant
gone
to do
over it today. Why Vosh doesn't know what he's talking about when he claims worker co-ops are better for employees. I have my own practice Zen workplace. I am a now former Democrat of 20 years who went to a Trump rally. The article I wrote about my experiences garnered 3 million views in the first week. I was featured by Fox News, Glenn Beck, Dennis Prager, and on dozens of radio shows, podcasts, and YouTube videos. So this is some wine mom why I left the left motherfucker. Yeah, Karen. True! Very true, Araxiel. I might go over that video at some point, by the way. I haven't actually gone over it. Apparently that person is, like, pretty educated, so I might be put up against the ropes for that one. Scroll down. I can't do anymore. I gotta hold off on these, dude. The Bernie or Bust debates do make me want to kill myself. I don't like arguing with leftists unless they're, like, woke scolds or tankies. Woke scolds and tankies. But there are a lot of non-woke scold, non-tanky people who are still kind of Bernie or bust, and it's just sad. Like, it just makes me sad. I don't like it. Greetings from Finland, Inquisitor Ariana. Thank you. Tom Foolery Show with the $5. Conservative show that quotes you often. I appreciate your show. Hell yeah. If a conservative is quoting me often, they're probably one of the good ones. Maybe, I don't fucking know. Paul Resendes with the $100 donation. You fucking loonies. Mythaldu requested you listen to this as long as it's not copyright. Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate that. And Mythaldu, you better thank Paul as well. And oh no.
Welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight.
Oh no.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. First, they smashed the windows and our elected leaders said nothing. Before long, it grew. Mobs of menacing young men formed in the streets. They were clearly intent on violence, but no one in authority dared criticize them. And so the mobs grew larger and they grew
Oh, fuck you, Kyle Kalinske, you piece of shit. This is some Nazbol shit. You can't let white nationalists dictate discourse around challenging the police. You do not want them to co-opt the discourse. I need to make a video on the Nazbol vortex.
Bolden. They did this.
Wait, is it an edit? Wait, is this an edit? If that's true, I take back everything I just said. It's edited? Okay. 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 All right. Now, to be fair, Kyle Kalinske has actually praised Tucker Carlson criticizing corporations before. So, okay. All right. Okay.
In the name of justice. Still, our leaders did nothing.
Hey, what?
Like it never happened. Did you watch that? How many more nights like this can we take? Who will enforce the laws? Who will be in charge? Well, violent young men with guns will be in charge. They will make the rules, including the rules in your neighborhood. They will do what they want. You will do what they say.
Fucking stupid! Shut up! I can't! That shit don't work here!
No one will stop them.
Okay. Oh, okay. Based video. Very based video. I got nervous. It would not... Tucker Carlson seems like the type who could turn this into like some faux populist shit. Then again, it is a BLM rally. I don't think Tucker Carlson will ever agree with a BLM rally under any circumstances. Listen, I'm just nervous, okay? All right? Mythology, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Daniel Lannister, the $5. By the way, some niceness after that PaulsEgo shit.
These are my machines! Sir! My machines!
Whose machines?
My machines!
How is that helpful?
They're mine! My machines! My machines! My machines! My machines!
Okay. It's an interesting video, but I agree with the sentiment. You know, hold on. Initially, I was big into 40K because that's what I was exposed to when I was younger, but now that I've played about 100 or so hours of Warhammer 2, Total War Warhammer 2, I am actually really liking Age of Sigmar. I am really liking the idea of Warhammer Fantasy, my dude. I'm actually I'm getting behind this a little bit, I think. I think they might be pulling me over, baby. Look at some of these models. Look at some of this shit. We got the wood elves. We got the dwarfs. Give me them all. Age of Sigmar is not Total War. It's fantasy Warhammer, I know, but it's fantasy Warhammer. It uses the factions, the models, the units. At least there's a relationship. Look at these duders. I don't know, my dudes. Look at this. $138. Look at this. That's gorgeous. Age of Sigmar is not Warhammer Fantasy? Doesn't it replace Warhammer Fantasy? Because Total War Warhammer 2 is Warhammer Fantasy. Okay, so Warhammer Total War 2 is the world before Age of Sigmar. So Sigmar was a god who blew up the world, and these are the factions that arise from their midst. I don't like the fact that we're just bringing Space Marines back in. I'm not okay with that. I disagree with that. But Age of Sigmar's got some really cool stuff. Look at these. Look at the fishies. Look, it's a turtle rider. They swim. They go whoosh. Where was the sea people? Hold on. It was the Deepkin, right? The Deepkin. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at his cape. It's all very expensive. Don't buy this unless you're a wealthy streamer, okay? Look at this dude. This is my favorite guy. Lotan, Warden of the Deep. He just has an octopus friend with a knife. Look at him. This dude just fucking walks around with a fucking parchment paper and he has an octopus just hanging on with a knife. He just has a knife. And a fucking club. Well, mace. Oh yeah, Warhammer is expensive as shit. You can get all this third party if you want, but... Wait, one more group, shut up. Where's the lizards? Stormcast Eternals? Nope, those are the fucking gay-ass Space Marines. Where's the lizards? Seraphon, look! Look, they're like Aztec lizards. Look, a little dinosaur. Look. Look at this guy. It's a dinosaur being ridden by many dinosaurs. This is good. Here's Slan. He's a big boy. He's blubby. Okay, wait, one more. Where's the skeletons? Not chaos. Death, probably. Nagash? No, these are the Crypt Lords. Asariok Bone Reapers? That looks about right. Look at these bone boys. Look at these bone boys. They're so powerful. They've even got a Bonapult. We're at the end of stream. I can do anything I want. Fuck you. Look, it's a Bonapult. It shoots bones. Ghost bones. You're right. I'm hungry. We have to end stream.
Dr. Moyer.
Zero Divisor with the $10. Thanks, Vosh. Came into this from Paul's position, but you may have shifted me. What's your view on protest voting in non-swing states? Also, where do I get that shirt? Trans rights. I don't know where you get the shirt. My mom got it for me for Christmas. Trans rights. I'm not a big fan of voting Green Party because I don't think it actually does anything. I think it's just kind of like a virtue signal thing, and there's always a risk of the state that you thought was secure ending up being a swing state. You don't actually know. Oh God, it was recently offered to me that I might get to debate Howie Hawkins, the actual like president of the presidential candidate of the Green Party. Somebody, I forget who said, but like apparently they're doing debates or something. Oh man, I would have to like debate him and say like, no, people should not vote for you. If I debate him, I would have to like be so fucking careful. Sake with the $20. So you're saying I need to spend my time that I could advocate for voting for incremental change building Iron Man suits for the glorious leftist revolution? Yep, that's some Adeptus Mechanicus shit, comrade. We're gonna need that. Go for it. Mythaldu, thank you so much for the gifted tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. And we and Paul Resendez love you as well. Says you were in with the $10. Get a resin 3D printer and print your own models. You'll save money in the long run. You'll get to double up in your hobbies. 3D printers are cheaper than a Nintendo Switch now. Yeah, but I don't know if 3D printers can reliably produce models with the level of detail of those. Those plus the customizability as well. Maybe. I mean, I could do some. There are some things that I can, but maybe resin printers can. I'd have to figure it out. But whatever, you guys donate to me. I'll fucking waste it however I want. Check it out. Speaking of Age of Sigmar, it's a dwarf. This is my girlfriend's. I haven't painted it yet. We'll get there. Maybe Lord Xenu. Maybe that can be next stream. Okay, we're very overdue. I love you all very much. I had a phenomenal stream. Seriously, I enjoyed every single second of it. Tomorrow we're going to finish Minecraft and beat the Ender Dragon, if for no reason other than for sheer obligation. Thank you very... Anthony with $5. I too want to start an AOS army. Flesh Eater looks so amazing. Vampires riding zombie dragons. Very true, comrade. I need to read up on my Sigmar lore. I love you all very much. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you all later.